Hello, Mark. Good to see you.
Hey, Bob, how are you? Sorry, I was muted.
It's okay.
I heard you sigh, Sandy. I heard you sigh.
I wasn't hearing until now.
You're already bored. I could see it. I'm already asleep.
Hey,
Hi, I don't know who that is. Oh, Susan, hi, hi.
where else would you rather be on a Thursday night?
For 3 hours of a lot of talking. Man, we
You
could
know,
Right. Oh, I'm so glad to see you because we need some humor here, and there you are.
there used to
guys,
be
if we keep this to 3 hours, it'll be an achievement.
Hey guys, we're going to get started in just a minute. We've got 77 people on the call already, or on the meeting, and we are still.
I don't know why.
I'm seeing if I see Valerie here. Okay, so we're going to give it another minute or two. Here's Valerie, okay.
That's why. Okay.
And
I like the way there's a reflection in your glasses. I can see myself in your glasses. Good.
Who are you talking to?
Keen.
Oh,
Oh, me? Yeah, well, I'm walking to get the reflection away. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if I sit over here.
Okay, so audio is going live on the streams, on the live streams.
okay. Valerie, how are we doing for a quorum?
Quiet.
Just lost everybody there for a second, but
We have quorum.
Okay, great. We're all good, Mark? We're all good, Mark?
Good to go.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Today is November 19th, and it's the November Community Board 2 full board meeting. We've got a full agenda tonight. We're going to start with the first item, which is attendance, which Secretary Valerie De La Rosa is going to take of the board members.
Great, thank you. Susanna Aaron.
Here.
Akila Azqui.
Here.
Here. Thank you. Some sort of no. William Benesh.
Here.
Keen Berger.
Here.
Carter Booth. Katie Bordenaro. Okay, Anita Brandt.
Yes, hi, everybody.
Thanks. Amy Brenna. Rich Cacapolo. Ritu Chaudhry.
Here.
Coral Dawson.
Here.
Thanks.
Did you got me, right?
I got you, Rich. I hear you
Thank
now.
you. Sorry. Yeah, I had on mute here.
John Paul DeVerna. Doris Deether. Is she on the phone? Does anyone know? Bob Ely.
Yeah, here.
Doris, can you hear us? She is on the call with us.
That's 7:05. Yeah.
Thanks. Mara Fitzgerald.
Here.
Cormac Flynn.
Yeah.
Now you can hear me?
I can hear you, Doris. Thank
Okay.
you. Joseph Gallagher.
Here.
Thanks. Susan Gammy.
Here.
David Gruber. Wayne Kwadler.
Here.
Susan Kent.
Here.
Janine Kiley.
Here.
Betty Kabovi Weiss.
Here.
Patricia Laria.
Here.
Michael Levine.
Here.
Janet Liff.
Here.
Ed Ma.
Here.
Matthew Metzger.
Here.
Dan Miller.
Here.
Brian Pape.
I'm here.
Donna Raftery.
I'm here.
Lois Rakoff.
Here.
Bo Riccobono.
Here.
Robin Rothstein.
Here.
Sandy Russo.
Here.
Rocio Sands.
Here.
Scott Sartiano. Shirley Secunda.
Here.
Kristen Shea.
Here.
Frederica Siegel.
Here.
Georgia Silvera Siemens.
Here.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Present.
Great. Chenault Spence.
Here.
Eugene Yu.
Here.
Susan Wittenberg. Thank you. Anthony Wong.
Present.
Adam Golden. Great, thanks.
Great, thanks, Valerie. And now we're going to move on to the public session portion of our meeting. And our first vice chair, Daniel Miller, will run the public session.
Thanks very much, Carter. We have 15 speakers today, and I just ask that you keep it to under 2 minutes. Susan Kent, our second vice chair, will be timing you. So please take a look at her clock. We're going to start off with Mackenzie Frost, and Susan Peter is going to be there right after. So let's go ahead and look for Mackenzie, and let's promote her.
Hi there.
So the floor is yours.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi there, my name is Mackenzie Frost. I'm a resident of Little Italy and a volunteer with the American Red Cross. I just want to share a few quick pieces of information about recent Red Cross activities and programs. So each day, the American Red Cross responds to 6 to 9 local emergencies. And these are things like home fires across the greater New York area, and we assist the people who have been impacted. So our services include temporary housing, financial assistance, referrals for additional services, and mental health support. A little update about hurricane season. We are coming to the end of hurricane season here. This doesn't mean that our area will be hit by a hurricane, but we just want to help you and your loved ones in the community become better prepared through programs and materials. So on our website, redcross.org/hurricane, we have hurricane checklists in multiple languages that provide tips and lists of materials you should have before a hurricane hits. We also are asking that you consider scheduling a citizen preparedness corps training in your community. It's a free 45-minute presentation now offered via Zoom, and it provides community members with the knowledge and tools to prepare for emergencies like home fires and hurricanes. We also have fire safety preparedness that's just as important for kids as it is for adults. So we also offer a children's emergency preparedness program virtually, and it's called the Pillowcase Project, and it's aimed for children ages 7 to 12. If you are looking for ways to help prepare and respond in your community, you can also join me as a volunteer at the Red Cross. We're currently recruiting up to 1,000 new volunteers to be part of our inaugural Hurricane Season Reserve Corps. And then lastly, I just want to mention that the Red Cross continues to support families following COVID-19 deaths. We are operating a virtual family assistance center to provide comfort and support. And to access these materials and resources, you can visit the redcross.org/VFAC.
Thank you.
All right, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Does anyone have any questions for Mackenzie? Seeing none, let's go ahead and elevate Susan Peters. And after Susan will be Lady Paveda. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. So Susan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Where's yours?
Hi, I'm a long-term resident of New York City and a member of the local group NYC for Wired Tech. I wish to alert the community to a health danger in our neighborhoods. The City of New York has approved all in one shot the installation of 11,500 wireless antennas installed on utility poles. You can see one on almost every corner. But the public is not informed of the high levels of radiation coming from the antennas, already causing residents of our city to move from their apartments, since antennas have been installed outside the windows of their apartments and they become too sick to stay where they are. Recently, the state of New Hampshire established a commission to study this issue. The answer that came out November 1st was New Hampshire said, stop, we have to research this. Several questions that they were asking and answering were, quote, why have 1,000 of peer-reviewed studies, including the recently published US toxicology program, 16 years long, $30 million study showing a wide range of statistically significant DNA damage, brain and heart tumors, infertility, and so many other ailments being ignored by the Federal Communications Commission. Thank you very much. Please consider making this an issue to be studied by your community.
Thank you for that information, Susan. Any questions from Community Board? Seeing none. I'm sorry about not pronouncing your name correctly, but Lady Pavida. Have we been able to elevate her? Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hi. My name is Lady Poveda. Thank you. So, I'm a resident of the Bronx, and I've tried to schedule meetings with within my community, but I was unable to. But I think that this issue is an issue for all communities, so I decided to join your meeting. Um, I'm really advocating for a resolution that Andrew Cohen has proposed is Resolution 1320 2020, and is for the U.S. Department of Agriculture to expand the number of retailers that are permitted in the SNAP online purchasing program to ensure that vulnerable communities in New York City can safely access healthy food. I think the main goal is to make grocery delivery available in communities that are mostly SNAP recipients who most likely live in areas categorized as food deserts. For communities that are targeted by unhealthy businesses that sell liquor and tobacco, these communities were also greatly affected by the COVID-19 and are struggling to just keep alive. The lack of access to food delivery in these neighborhoods have also contributed to the exposure of COVID-19. Families were forced to leave their homes when it was recommended to stay indoors. And now that we have a new surge coming, I think that this is very important for everyone to kind of push. This expansion in retailers needs to pass so that communities can count on this option when there are no healthy options near them. If we do get another wave, these communities can stay home, relieving lines at grocery stores and supermarkets. And that's all I have.
We have a question for you, Frederica.
Yes, have you gone to your local community board and spoken to them about this?
So like I said in the beginning, I've tried, but I have been unsuccessful in scheduling a meeting. And I just think that this is something that all communities should be pushing.
Well, I think it would be great if you if you persevered in getting an appointment with your own community board. And if you do, and if they produce a resolution on this topic, then I think it would be great if you sent it down to us to take a look at. And perhaps we could support it also.
All right, thank you.
Matthew Metzger.
Was there a specific piece of legislation that you were advocating for, or a program that you mentioned in the beginning?
Yes, is the resolution 1320 2020. And it was proposed by Andrew Cohen, but he is leaving office soon because I think he was appointed to a different political appointment. So his office also suggested that I contact your community board because Councilwoman Chan will be the one that would be pushing forward this this resolution.
Awesome. Well, I would agree with you that this is a topic that all communities should talk about and handle. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lois Rakoff.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is a very serious thing. Are you saying that a SNAP recipient who puts in an order online or over the phone to a supermarket cannot use their SNAP slide number, which I thought can be used just as if it were a credit card? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's more of I'm advocating for more retailers to deliver the groceries home. So right now we have Walmart, Amazon, but the main retailers like Instacart and there's another retailer, I forgot their name right now. They are not participating in SNAP. So they're not able so communities are not able to shop online basically and get their grocery delivers to their home.
I understand, but to the local supermarkets like Morton Williams or the other supermarkets, do they accept the SNAP cards?
Yeah, but
online?
yes, then they would have to go in.
phone?
I don't know about I don't know if they call, but I know that most of the time they have to go in and make these lines. So, you know, other people, regular people that do not participate in SNAP, they're able to use their credit cards and have their groceries delivered. SNAP recipients are not able to do that.
Okay,
Let's see, Georgia.
Hi, Morton Williams. I'll get to something more specific, but Morton Williams, you can call them, but they now also accept Instacart. So if Instacart doesn't acknowledge Snap, that's a problem. And to the caller, I would say that if you could get a petition together through change.org and disseminate that, that could be a powerful tool. And also doing a social media campaign where people pressure Instacart and other vendors to accept SNAP. And if you had a copy that folks could then easily cut and paste into Twitter or Instagram, that could also be another powerful tool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Shirley Smith, did you have a question? Your hand was raised and it went down.
Thank you very much, Matt. I took it off because my question was already asked. Thank you.
Very well. So I don't think we have any more questions, and we're going to move on to questions regarding the Soho NoHo affordable housing. And the next 4 speakers will be Andrew Berman, Pete Davies, Ronnie Wolf, and Sarah Walker in that order. So let's go ahead and make Andrew live now.
Good evening, everybody. So this is Andrew Berman from Village Preservation. And I just want to speak to the board about the proposed Soho NoHo rezoning, which I cannot say in strong enough terms how troubling and dangerous the implications of this proposal are, not just for Soho and NoHo, but for all of Community Board 2 and for the larger city. Just to make sure everybody's clear, the city is proposing to upzone parts of the neighborhood, including those within historic districts, by as much as 2.5 times what the current zoning rules allow, which are very generous. We all know that very substantial buildings have been built in Soho and NoHo under the existing rules. Another very large swath of those neighborhoods, including in the historic districts, would be upzoned to almost double the allowable size. And the rules would be changed to basically open the floodgates to, as of right, large big box chain stores in those neighborhoods, which would not only further transform them, not in the direction I think we want to see them go, but push out the few remaining independent businesses and non-chain stores that I think we really want to hold on to there. The affordable housing issue is really being used here as a smokescreen, as a cover. I think everybody would embrace a mandate for new affordable housing in new residential construction in those neighborhoods at the currently allowable FAR. There is no reason to do this upzoning or to have this massive giveaway of development rights to developers who've been lobbying for this for years under this smokescreen. Let's embrace a mandate for affordable housing, but oppose an upzoning and oppose changing the rules to allow a flood of big box chain stores into these neighborhoods, which the city has made very clear if they're successful here, they'll try to do it in other historic districts as well.
Okay, great. Ronnie Wolf is not going to be speaking, but we're going to have Todd Fine, who said he sent in testimony. But first, we're going to hear from Pete Davies, Sarah Walker, and then it's going to be Todd Fine. So let's make Pete live. You can find him. I just also want to add, Pete, before you start, we don't take questions from the public during our public session. It's for testimony and for questions from the community board. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving coming up. I hope you have a safe and good one. I'm here to speak against many aspects of the Soho NoHo plan. Andrew hit some of the key points. I know many of you, I've lived in this Soho in a rent stabilized loft for over 40 years. Our building is filled with such units. They're all local affordable housing. So it's really disingenuous of the mayor and the deputy mayor and any others to continue to claim that there is virtually no affordable housing in these neighborhoods. There are scores of loft units. There are other affordable units. So it would be great for our elected reps to push back against that false story. We have enough BS going around without that story going on. I want everybody to know that we are putting together a community town hall open door sessions this weekend to help folks focus their response to this big pile of paper called the draft scope of work, which we are now required during the holiday seasons and during a pandemic to deal with all sorts of minutia that city planning has thrown together. I really want to stress that at this time, when the schools, what did we find out this week? Schools closing, numbers spiking, people being told restaurants are going to be shut down next week, most likely. And in the middle of that, the city is saying, we're going to change your entire neighborhood. Be careful. Your neighborhood will be next. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. We have a couple of questions or comments. Robin Rothstein.
Sorry. Andrew, it's Robin Rothstein. Two questions. So I think you're probably mostly preaching to the choir here. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I generally feel like the people are feeling similarly, like we're concerned about this. So I'm wondering what the strategy is to have those people who are outside of our community who, you know, are not as invested or as on top of all the issues that we're dealing with to kind of see it the way we see it. I remember attending a live meeting. I think it was one of the borough presidents forums. And there were people who were not from our community coming and making it sound like we're a bunch of rich people who don't want to bring in affordable housing. Well, I realize that's not the case. That's kind of the message that seems to be out there. I mean, I'm thinking of Elizabeth Street Garden and some of the coverage I saw of that from, you know, journalists and people who just are not part of our community. And my second question is, what do we know the positions of the electeds, those running for election in the local elections next year on this?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So two great questions. So on the first part, I agree with you that there's a lot of, I think, misinformation out there and sort of misperceptions about both the plan, the effect, the community's response to it. And one of the ways in which we are responding to that is Village Preservation and a lot of the other Soho and NoHo community groups are getting together to offer a community alternative plan, one which embraces affordable housing and which shows that, in fact, this community welcomes affordable housing. What we don't welcome is the upzoning. What we don't welcome is the flood of big box chain stores. And my hope is that we'll reframe the conversation because, in fact, the city is not really motivated by the affordable housing. They're motivated by the upzoning. We know that because in the neighborhood just to the north, the area south of Union Square, for years, we've been trying to get them to do a rezoning, which Community Board 2 has supported with affordable housing provisions. And the city has consistently refused to do it because we wouldn't support an upzoning. So that's what this is really about. And we want to make that clear, but we also want to demonstrate that, in fact, this is a community that supports affordable housing and is willing to look at reasonable changes to the zoning, but not simply throwing away a framework which in some ways has worked well for 50 years. In other ways could use some refreshing and updating. In terms of elected officials, That's a really good question. And candidates, certainly we are going to be putting that question to candidates and to elected officials as we go into 2021 through a variety of forums, questionnaires, et cetera. But, our elected officials for the most part have been either silent or and there's exceptions to this, of course, or have expressed support for this approach. And that is disturbing. I'm hoping it's based on either ignorance or a lack of recognition of alternative approaches, which we will be putting forward. But at the end of the day, I'm certainly going to work very hard to hold the feet of elected officials to the fire to support the local community, to support preserving these neighborhoods, and to support affordable housing and reasonable updating, but not supporting the massive upzoning and the massive giveaway to developers, which is not necessary, but unfortunately, I think is what's really behind this rezoning push.
Thank you.
Coral, you have a question?
I do. This is really for both Pete and Andrew. I noticed over the last few days a disturbing amount of news articles that seem to be regurgitating talking points probably provided by City Hall about Soho. And the two areas that concerned me the most were, one, the misrepresentation that artists don't really live here anymore because what the fine print said was certified artists. And the certification process, as we know, is quite onerous, and also there's not a lot of reason to do it as it hasn't been enforced for a long time. So I'm wondering, my husband actually went through the process and is a certified artist, so I'm very familiar with the process. It's significant. And there are many artists in Soho that have never gone through that process, so they may not be counted. So that's one, that I'm wondering how we could go about doing a better inventory of practicing artists or creatives in Soho. And in addition, Pete, those individuals who have been able to, for many years, benefit from the rent stabilized and affordable housing that currently exists within Soho, I believe is not being accurately represented either. And I'm wondering if either one of you all have ideas on who would be the best elected, or whether this is a FOIL request or what we do to try and get better information into this discourse. Because currently what is being laid out is not reflective of the actual Soho of today.
Andrew, you want to go first?
Why don't you go first since I spoke last?
Okay. In regard to the rent regulated tenants, we are scouring through HPD records, through other available records, through loft board records, which you can start putting together a database. The city itself, city planning told us a year ago they would do all of this and they would get all of this information before they came back with a plan. They did not do that. They have none of that information. None of that will be found in the scoping document. And every indication from what they've told us is that they have not done that necessary work. So yeah, they throw that at us now to prove it. We're going to work. That's one reason we're having this community meeting. One thing that, in terms of affordable housing, conversions, the adaptive reuse of existing buildings in Soho could accommodate great amount of affordable housing. You have to change the rules. It might require a text change. So we have a different mix of office to housing than we do now. It seems that many of the property owners are interested in this. So DCP and everybody else should be listening to that.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, and I completely agree. I think that pushing back on the characterizations about a lack of artists, a lack of affordable housing is really important. Just two things to sort of keep in mind. The proponents of this approach are hoping that people will accept this false dichotomy that they've created, where you can either have updated zoning and affordable housing, that and part of that has to be an upzoning, or you can have the status quo. And in fact, if the city is genuinely interested in updating the zoning and including affordable housing, There are ways of doing it without the upzoning, without the big box retail, and we have to push back on that. And the final point that I just want to make is, I know, as Robin characterized it, that for the most part, we're preaching to the choir, but I would urge the community board to use its voice even before the ULURP process starts, to let elected officials, to let the city, to let DCP know how strongly you feel about how problematic this is, how inaccurate the characterizations are. They've had a really, really powerful voice on this in terms of framing the argument, and they need to hear from as many important voices as possible, and the community board is very important in that regard, about why this approach is wrong and why a lot of what they're saying is inaccurate.
Thank you very much. There are a couple of points that really should be taken into a committee. It's not really a forum for everyone to discuss right now. So unless, Michael, if you have a question that you didn't hear an answer to, Michael Levine,
yes.
do you want to ask it?
Yes, thank you, Dan. I have a very, very quick question for Pete. Pete, thank you for saying that you're doing research on existing affordable housing. The proposal would create several hundred affordable housing units if, in fact, all of the new construction occurs. To help us, the community board members, to come to some kind of a conclusion, do you have any idea how many affordable housing units currently are in Soho, NoHo? Are we talking about several hundred? Are we talking about more? Are we talking about less? If you have any ideas in this regard, it would help us come to our decision more quickly.
I got you. Thank you, Michael. We are working on that. We know there are several hundred loft units that have been legalized and moved into rent stabilization. In terms of your first comment, I've lost it now in my head, but I just want to push back on something you said. Do you remember what you've started with?
I started with saying that the proposal, if all the build out occurs,
yes,
several hundred.
It will not. This everybody needs to understand. This plan does not assure us of one single unit of affordable housing. It creates the possibility, if the market is correct, for private developers to include affordable housing in a building. There is no assurance. This is a ledger on a column that a certain person wants to have in place before they leave office. It creates no affordable housing that people can live in.
All right. Thanks very much. We still have two more speakers on this issue. We're going to hear from Sarah Walker and then Todd Fine, and then I'll open it up for more questions at that point. So Sarah, you have the floor.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing me to speak. And even though what I'm to say is mirrored in what Pete and Andrew said, I just want to say a few things. And I know that this is a very, I'm speaking to the choir, but to Coral's comment, actually everyone in our building who's an artist, and they're all artists, have been certified. The last one was certified 3 years ago, and that was me. So there are still quite a few certified artists in the area, but I'm here basically to object to this thing called upzoning. It's a new plan that seems to be pushed by de Blasio and developers and their front organizations, specifically Open New York. I'm an artist living and working in Soho in a building of artists, and many of them have been here for decades. And we all gave our time and energy to numerous meetings with a planning group that was selected by Gail Brewer and Margaret Chin, that culminated in a set of suggestions that now seem, I don't know, to be made redundant by this new plan sprung on everyone under cover of COVID-19. The new upzoning proposal didn't take into account, nor did they ask for feedback from many of the stakeholders that were not corporate entities, big box stores, or developers. And we, the residents, and seemingly even our borough president, were blindsided by the announcement of this plan trumpeted in numerous news outlets. This new proposal is quite divergent from the recommendations made by the Soho NoHo planning team originally. Furthermore, those backing this plan look to shame residents into silence with rhetoric about wealthy white people shunning inclusion if they don't accept the Trojan horse of affordable units that come bundled with the far more numerous luxury units. I've got to wonder how much this has to do with Disney and Google building massive headquarters nearby. It's
Sarah,
just so
can you wrap it up, please? Thanks.
yes, I will wrap it up there.
And Chair Carter Booth has a question for you.
So Sarah, that was very interesting. I just wanted you to repeat it to make sure I heard you correctly, that you've gone through the certification process with Department of Cultural Affairs and are now considered a certified artist by the city, and you completed that process 3 years ago?
It was either 3 or 4 years ago. It was as I was looking to become a member of this co-op that I live in now.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Robin, is your hand up from a previous question? Why don't we go ahead and move on to Todd Fine, and then we'll take more questions after Todd.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me? I am Todd Fine. I am the president of the Washington Street Advocacy Group, which does preservation work in the Lower West Side and the Little Syria neighborhood. And it's great to see all of you. I have been outraged at the way the mayor's office and its aggressive AstroTurf supporters have been characterizing the residents of this community board and the nature of the buildings in the Soho district. Deputy Mayor Vicky Bean has been openly allying with a group of extreme libertarian young white men that act like a gang online, and I hope you will not be intimidated. I'm sure you won't. From Little Syria, I come from with a warning about the danger of upzoning low-rise areas with minimal landmark protection. In the Lower West Side, we're approaching a point where all low-rise buildings that are not protected are being demolished, and I feel an urgency to help document the rezone district before anything happens. I'm concerned about the Soho East part of the zoning area along Canal Street at Baxter and Center and Lafayette, which would be given a FAR of 12 under this proposal. This area has no individual landmarks at all, so we have to assume that all buildings will be demolished. This area isn't normally considered Soho at all in the way most people think of it. This is clearly a part of Chinatown, extending from the historic Five Points and Little Italy. If this plan moves forward, we will have a situation where people visiting the Museum of the Chinese in America are going to go to a modest building surrounded by skyscrapers. This is going to fundamentally change an iconic and historic part of the city. In order to start documenting what this area was like before the upzoning for posterity, I will have a group of photographers who are meeting at MoCA on Saturday at 10 a.m. To start documenting these streets. This event is posted on Eventbrite. We will also be photographing the entirety of Soho, all the buildings, all 850 lots in this area as part of this project. And there's also an Android app that's live on the Google Play Store under the term Emergency Soho, Soho Emergency, where people can take their phones and walk around the entire district and photograph. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just see if we have any other questions regarding this issue from any of our community board members. Seeing none, we have State Senator Kavanaugh with us.
I had follow-up questions for Andrew, really quick ones. I raised my hand again.
Okay, go ahead, Robin.
Andrew, 3 quick follow-up questions. Are you aware of other New York City communities that are vulnerable now or soon to similar upzoning? Question 1. Question 2, would this upzoning in effect set a new precedent? And the third and final question is, I'm curious about the Soho Bid's position on the Soho upzoning.
We have to make Andrew live again, I think, if he's still here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Andrew.
So
3 questions.
The answer to number 3.
Try to keep it brief, please. Thanks.
So I don't know the answer to number 3, but for number 1 and 2, I can tell you that the city has made very clear, if you read the recently released report that the de Blasio administration put out, I believe it's called Where We Live, they've made it clear that this is the approach that they want to see New York City take, which is dramatic upzonings in historic districts as a way of, quote unquote, producing affordable housing. So it's very clear that this is the nose of the camel. And this will be sort of the first stop on a much larger journey to do this in other places, Greenwich Village, East Village, all throughout the city. And again, not speculation. The administration has been extremely actually forthcoming that this is what they would like to see themselves, that they would like to see more of. And you can see it as part of the conversation from among candidates for office in 2021 at both the citywide level and the local level. There is this push to say, this is what we need to do. We need to upzone these wealthy, white, centrally located neighborhoods. That's the only way we're going to have a more equitable and just city, instead of merely saying, let's mandate that affordable housing be a part of all new construction at the same scale that it's been going on in these neighborhoods as a way of making them more equitable and affordable. So it really is, as another speaker said, a Trojan horse for the upzoning.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Andrew. State Senator Brian Kavanaugh, let's go ahead and make him live.
Am I live?
Yes, you are. You're live.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know you have a busy agenda this evening. Just a few brief updates. First of all, I think I've spoken with you in the past about our efforts to address the ongoing housing crisis resulting from the public health crisis around COVID. Just an update that we've had an eviction moratorium in place since March that Senator Hoylman and I had pushed for from the beginning. It has now been modified such that some activities of the courts that can lead to eviction are able to proceed. In principle, one should not be evicted if one is facing a hardship, one's inability to pay the rent results from a hardship related to COVID. But we're at a precarious time, and we're continuing to push for a full moratorium in place because we believe that there may be people whose leases have expired who are, subject to holdover proceedings or other actions that may cause people to be displaced. And again, at a moment when we're seeing cases increasing here and around the state, and in some parts of the state, actually the positivity rates are substantially higher than they are at New York City at the moment. We're pushing for that to be fully in place, either through a revision of the governor's latest executive order or through legislation as necessary. People who are getting notices from their landlord should, the city has a tenant hotline that you can get some basic information and possibly, legal advice from, and urge people to take those notices seriously because, as I said, the eviction moratorium is no longer a blanket, sort of a blanket moratorium. Just a little bit of good news. I probably heard this by now, but the Verrazano split tolling, which is something we fought for a million years, seems like endless. I actually was at a press conference with Max Rose and Jerry Nadler and others in January, which seems like that itself seems like several years ago now, but it goes into effect December 1st. This should substantially reduce traffic congestion. That the single giant one-way toll has been diverting lots of traffic up the BQ and across Lower Manhattan. So there's a significant step in the right direction. And the MTA has announced, as I said, that will go into effect December 1st. We're continuing to work on other measures related to COVID. I think I've spoken here about our recovery lease bill, which is intended to marry commercial property tax rebates with reductions in commercial leases, both of which would be long-term. We haven't been back in session since the last time I spoke with all of you, but that is an ongoing effort. We're also just continuing to make sure that we do everything we can to ensure that people have PPE and other things necessary, and the testing programs are working. If you do know organizations that need masks or need sanitizer or other materials, we can provide those. So please do contact my office and let us know. We know that the news yesterday that the schools are closing once again is very difficult for a lot of our families. I do not want to be in the business of second guessing the executive officials that have to make these hard choices informed by their public health experts, but we know it's hard, and we really do have to redouble our efforts to ensure that our families, especially low-income families and families that have, with children with special needs, are getting the resources they need to make this remote learning work as well as it can, given the many challenges we're facing. I think I will stop there because I know you have a busy agenda. I'm happy to take questions if people want to ask.
We do have a question from Carter.
Senator Kavanaugh, you'd raised some issues regarding conversions for affordable housing in Soho and NoHo during the Department of City Planning call, and I was wondering if you could just expand on that, or if you'd had any other thoughts.
I did not raise such issues, so I don't know.
I thought that I had heard you during that you'd raised just discussing the conversion of office buildings to housing during the Department of City Planning call that they did earlier this month. Okay,
It's funny. I like, it's a topic I've been talking about, but I don't think I did. So I think there's an important, what we're looking a lot at the real estate and housing implications of COVID, and there's an important question around how the changing pattern of commercial space use is going to affect housing opportunities to produce housing, and that includes in New York City as well as in suburban communities. I'm working a lot on broader questions in the metropolitan area about changes in land use, zoning in the suburbs, a lot of other issues. I have not weighed in on that with respect, or even inquired of that with respect to this particular topic, though. So it is something I can, I can pay attention to, but I don't so far don't have any particular insight as to how it relates to this topic.
Or Matt, you had a question?
Yes, Senator Kavanaugh, I wanted to ask, I appreciate that you're a state senator, but you're also a progressive leader and put yourself out as a leader of progressive politics in our community. I was wondering if you could speak to this problem we have now of in this pandemic emergency, the rise of a kind of regressive matrix of politics and policy that we just heard about with Soho, NoHo zoning, and we see also with the way open dining is being approached, right? Where there are measures that will increase inequality in the community, that serve real estate interests, that are being pushed through with a very high-handed approach to process that dismisses all previous history, and in which they basically shut down any opposition with really ugly racist attacks that are based on charges of racism and classism to anybody who raises anything rather than engaging on the merits of the issue. And I mean, I know that you've been a progressive for many years, and I'd like to know, as a progressive leader in our community, are you going to stand up and take some sides against this kind of subversion of our progressive values?
With respect to how open dining and many other policies related to COVID have been put in place, I have been very actively monitoring those and ensuring that enforcement and implementation of those things are done in a way that really does reflect the challenge of things being done inequitably. And of course, COVID has exposed pre-existing inequities in virtually every system we have, the health system, the systems of neighborhoods, all the things that serve our neighborhoods. With respect to the rezoning, I really do generally let community boards and the community process unfold typically before I take positions on things that are before you. I know I gather that's not the answer you're looking for tonight, but I think when state and federal officials weigh in on land use issues, you may like it when they're on your side, and you may not like it when they're not on your side. But I think it's important that the process, the conversation you're having tonight, play itself out. I stand with communities having the say that they're supposed to have, but I'm not at this point taking a position on this matter.
Right, but with respect, the community boards are being sidelined, and we're talking about permanent policy changes, not COVID emergency measures that everybody is very tolerant of, so.
No, I understand. I mean, again, there are processes, and this is a city process, and I think that your city officials and your community board are the first line of review of these things. And I think that that's important. I'm not saying I won't take a position. I'm saying that, I think that you're doing what you're supposed to do, and that's appropriate. And I have great respect for many of the people who, I've been here for an hour, almost an hour now, and I've been listening to the conversation as well. But I at this stage, I'm not taking a firm position on the city's plan or in what manner it might be changed.
Great. We still have quite a few more questions from the community board. So moving on to Rocio, please.
It's so nice to see you again, Senator Brian Kavanaugh. It's
Twice in a week, no?
Yes, I know. It's wonderful. Excuse me that I have my picture and not my face, but you know who I am. Anyway,
Yes, I do.
What I wanted to again speak to you about is what is happening with the small property owners of New York. We are suffering. The laws cannot be made only to protect the tenants. Landlords, property owners are small business people also. And we need to look at how can we help the small business owners, also known as small property owners. We need help. We need to have the same recourses that tenants are being offered, not just citywide, statewide. We need to have some resolution. As I mentioned to you the last time we met a couple of days ago, I have tenants, commercial tenants, that haven't paid me a cent of rent. They owe me a lot of money and I can't pay my bills. What am I supposed to do? You said your answer was take them to court. How long is it going to take me to be able to get a date just to go into court to have a tenant who is currently open in the bar business, making money and not paying me a cent because maybe they're using the coronavirus situation as their excuse. In the meantime, how am I supposed to pay my taxes, my insurance, my water, real estate, all the things, employees, and hopefully not lose my building? And something has to be done for small business owners. I see that all the time, that all the politicians have forums for tenants. And there's one coming up. I forget who is holding it. It doesn't matter who's holding it. At the end of the day, is for tenants. Yes, if there weren't tenants, property owners would not be in business. So we have a symbiotic relationship. We need them as they need us. We provide a service that they need. They need housing, and we provide that. And many of us are very good landowners, property owners. We take care of our tenants. That is our job. This is what we do. But
we gotta keep. So
we need help on the other side. So please realize that a coin has more than one side. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just respond briefly. As you know, I've been working on efforts to ensure that rent is paid for tenants, for residential tenants who have been struggling to pay their rent, such that landlords will get their money as needed, and the tenants will be able to be stable in their homes and not end up with large arrears over their heads for many years to come. I've also been working, as you know, on the recovery lease program, which again would marry reductions in property taxes to affordable long-term leases, to restructuring any outstanding payments. I understand that is only one tool. A situation like yours where there is a tenant who is refusing to pay their rent, like I don't know what mechanism I have as a state legislator have to address that. The courts are closed substantially because of public health concerns. The governor has put a moratorium in place on commercial evictions entirely in any case, but the courts have very limited capacity, and that is mostly because it has been deemed dangerous for people to participate in court proceedings in our crowded courts during this public health pandemic. If somebody's, I don't know the particular circumstances, I don't want to reach your conclusion not knowing the details, but if there's somebody taking advantage of that, that is very bad behavior. But I really don't know what I can do. I can't go in march in there and, tell them to write you a check, but I do sympathize.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time to discuss it, and just keep thinking about what is that you can do? What is it that you can do to help us? We need help.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Janine, you have a question? Janine Kiley, your mic is.
Sorry, let me unmute myself. I guess my first question is, where are we with the supermajority at the state Senate? And if we're there, or if we're not, I know you don't want to, as an elected official, you want to wait to see how various rezonings unfold in the community, but I think it would be helpful to talk about what tools are in the toolbox. What can the state do? What can the city, working with the state and the federal government, do to borrow funds to directly purchase distressed assets, converting those into affordable housing, or Section 8 housing, and really thinking outside of the MIH box for ways to use our tax dollars more effectively and our tax subsidies more effectively to produce affordable housing. So I guess as the chair of the housing committee, I want to know sort of what's going on in the maker lab of affordable housing.
Okay. First of all, just the first part of the question for those who may not follow the term supermajority in this context, although I imagine many people in this room do. This is a question about the results of Senate elections, which of course this is a nonpartisan forum, but I can say that votes are still being counted around the state. Generally speaking, candidates running as Democrats who will be part of the Democratic majority are doing well. We went into this election with 40 of the 63 Senate seats. We had Democrats had a lead in 36 of the 63 as of election night. That number is expanding. I actually don't, I have perceptions of how certain races are likely to go, but I don't want to be calling them in advance of, final certifications. But, Andrew Grenardis, who's in South Brooklyn, who had been, behind on election day, declared victory today. Some of our Long Island seats. So that it does look like we're going to be seeing a sizable Democratic majority in the Senate, and I and your local senators will continue to be part of that majority. I don't want to speculate whether it's going to be 40 or 42 or more, but it does look like it's going to be at least roughly where we were this past session, and perhaps more. The question of how to increase the supply of affordable housing, especially through spending, is a challenging one at the moment. We are, we've been waiting and talking since now May or June on the question of whether the federal government is going to come forth with additional financial resources. In the event that federal government does not, we are facing some really brutal choices at the state level, not only on the expense side, but also on the capital side. Things are gonna get really tough. You saw yesterday the MTA announced that they might propose as much as a 1/3 reduction in service across the system. We are facing tens of billions of dollars of budget gaps. The good news is that we have, again, a nonpartisan setting here, but we have a newly elected president-elect who does appear committed to the federal government providing the resources necessary to sort of dig our way out of this and make ourselves whole, and also to infrastructure spending. So I'm optimistic that over the next months, and there is talk about doing stimulus in the meantime. Even the current Republican majority leader at the U.S. started talking about maybe getting back to the bargaining table right after the election. But in the event we get substantial money, the first thing is going to be to try to, get ourselves back to square one. We have an ambitious 5-year capital plan at the state level that we're in the 5th year of. I'm actually trying to mandate that process be a more formal one, that, the governor more or less put out a capital plan 5 years ago without any prior. It was just sort of like an announcement, right, without any milestones or for strong commitments. So we're trying to create a statutory structure within which we do capital planning over the years. How much we can fund it, I think, is really still an open question. in terms of if there are, I do think there is an argument that, you know, I was alluding to it a little bit before in my conversation with Carter, but there is an argument that if people are going to change the way they use real estate, if they're going to need less office space, if they're going to be less inclined to live in the center of the city, there might be opportunities to, you know, for if there's government capital money available to take advantage of that. But I think it's still unclear what that's going to look like. I don't think people, you know, we know that people aren't planning on coming back to offices at least as far as June. We don't know if they're going to be, you know, giving up leases and walking away for that. And if owners of those properties are going to rethink their value and allow opportunities for people to acquire property for affordable housing. But there are opportunities to do that. But I think it's, like I said, we're looking at it, we're thinking about it, but I think it's early to tell how likely it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's running long, so let's try to keep the questions brief and the answers as well. So Adam Zeldin.
Thank you. This is actually a quick question for Ocio. I've heard the term several times. I don't have a definition for small landlord. What is considered a small landlord in terms of number of buildings, dollar value of the portfolio? Just for my, you know, curiosity and education.
Can you do that in the chat, Adam? Is that okay?
I can.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to. We're not supposed to be asking community board members questions.
It was a clarifying question to an earlier question.
Rocio, do you have a quick definition of a small landlord?
I believe that it all depends who you speak with. There are various answers to that question. And I think that small property owners believe that property owners that have 50 units or less are considered small property owners. That's one definition. I think it goes with the DHCR, I believe, has that definition. So that's the one that we have been using as small property owners. Anyone that has 50 units or less, smaller buildings between 2, 3, 4, 6, 15, 20 units. I have one building with 33. I'm still considered.
We got it. So under 50 is what the definition is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lois? Question for Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Hi, Brian. It's Lois Rakoff.
Hi,
How are
Lois.
you this evening?
Fabulous. How are you?
Good.
That was an easy
Well-
question. What's the next question?
No, thank you. I know your humor.
Sorry.
So, this is in regard to early voting for the next voting session. What are you actively doing so that I don't go to Madison Park and Maureen doesn't go to Madison Park and my neighbors who live on the extreme west side go to St. Anthony's on Sullivan Street, which is usually my early voting site. So what are you actively doing? And you know, I see your face.
Yep.
What are you actively doing right now so we don't have to go through this dilemma again soon?
Yep. So first of all, you know, early voting is something, as you know, I worked on for many years, drafted and passed the bill when I was an assembly member, when it seemed like a one house thing. It was a big step forward that we got it on the books, and it was very obviously, I think it's fair to say election day would have been an absolute disaster had ever all that volume of voters had wanted to show up on that day. We also did no excuse, so-called no excuse absentee voting, you know, for the first time in a large scale. We are pushing for additional sites. I think that, you know, your issue of which site you're assigned to is a harder one to work out at the macro level. Obviously, if Board of Elections makes poor choices about that, you have to kind of challenge those choices individually, like which election districts are assigned to which sites. But it will get a lot easier if there are more sites, and we have legislation that would set sort of more stringent ratios that would effectively require the city board to provide more early voting sites than they did this time. I will say that, you know, this time around, they found 16 sites in Manhattan. I think it was challenging for them, you know, in the midst of COVID. They actually had some staff quarantines, they actually had some staff deaths in the middle of trying to plan these elections. So it was very challenging for them. I think we did a respectable job of running smooth elections this time around, but there obviously was too much crowding and some chaos about where you had to go. So hopefully we can do it better for this coming June primary. And again, there's a piece of legislation that I'm co-sponsoring that is introduced by Senator Mike Gianaris in the Senate that is intended to put much, again, more stringent ratios and more sites in place.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Question, yeah, would be from Coral. Coral, you have a question?
Yes. Hi, Brian. I actually have several. I want to commend you. There, I had an absentee voting experience that was the best I've ever had as a voter, where I just got to walk to the front of the line, drop off my ballot, and leave in 30 seconds, even though there was like a multi-block line. So some aspects did work. I would say that even markets like Texas have 7 or 8 voting places where you can go. You don't have to go to just one site. So I do think New York needs to consider not assigning you only one site.
Yeah,
and the reason they did it in Texas is because, like, some people would wear masks, would not. So if you were not comfortable, you could choose a site that you were more comfortable with. It's sort of absurd that we're assigned to only one site.
Yeah, there's a highly technical reason why that is complicated in New York, but we have had a conversation about it. We need,
I don't want you to solve it overnight. I just think that's antiquated. It needs to be fixed. That's silly.
Yes.
So,
I also say early voting to do full early voting requires a constitutional amendment. We did it as an emergency basis during COVID, but we also passed the first round of the constitutional amendment. We'll pass it again in January, and we will be able to implement a fuller fledged program for both of those things.
That would be great, as well as also allowing us to do Zoom forever. So please allow that as well, because I know that's also a rule that apparently is only during COVID. So that's ridiculous.
True, but
please make it an alternative as well.
All
So
right.
yes, okay. So on the next one, thank you so much for the tolls as well. I am so happy that that finally got rationalized. I mean, it's been an absurd, I don't know, just quirk of New York, and that is a huge celebration. It's something I thought, could maybe happen 6 years ago. And honestly, in the context of everything, it's kind of gotten missed, but that is a massive win for all of us. And particularly living in Soho, thank you. I mean, I might not have to actually, like, every Friday and Saturday night hear horns for like 12 hours. So thank you very, very much. I really mean that.
Yep.
Okay, so jobs versus taxes. We need more jobs in New York. We need to attract more jobs. We need to attract more companies. We do not need to have people leave. The last thing we need to do is raise taxes. We need to lower taxes or consider how to incentivize companies to come to New York and employ our people so that we can continue to generate an actual strong economy. It is, from my point of view, absurd that we would try to turn on or tax more those that are actually contributing to the city. We need revenues. We need to be in a competitive place. Again, I grew up in Texas, and it's shocking to me. Dallas is like the most exciting place for every corporate relocation program. And you know what? I grew up there. It's not exciting. It's only exciting because they have an attractive, business-friendly environment. We are exciting. We do not have an attractive business environment. The entire Senate and everyone in New York needs to rethink that. We need business to grow here so that we can fund all the incredibly important programs that we need to make.
Coral, this sounds like commentary. Is there a question?
Yes, it is. Are you going to support more taxes? That's the question on that. I have another one.
No,
On Soho?
Let's stop there.
No, I have two. I have two more. So I just want to quickly. I want to save everyone time and let him respond in one.
Let's stop the commentary and ask the questions, please. Thanks.
Okay, so on Soho, I would ask you, although I respect the fact that you're going to weigh in until you finally had heard from all the communities involved, which I very much appreciate, is that we do have a fact-based discussion. And I think at this point, you can get involved in ensuring that this is a fact-based discussion, because it's not right now. And so to the degree that you can do that, not only on Soho and the rezoning, but also on the schools were closed. I'm a parent of 2 children. There is no rational reason why they were closed right now. It's not science-based. The number of infection rate, the rate of transmission is lower by far in the schools than in restaurants. So why were the schools closed? It's not a facts-based discussion. Get more testing in the schools immediately. That should be across the entire state.
Sounds a lot like
testing should happen there.
Coral.
It is. Well, I'm asking
important, but it's
Brian
not.
what he's going to do to make sure that the schools are open. Dan, I'm asking Brian, our senator, what he's going to do to make sure that our schools are open.
Okay, is that it?
Safely,
Okay, good.
yes.
All right.
No,
All
I
right.
wouldn't have asked it that strongly. But I
No,
mean,
I'll
honestly,
appreciate it.
I mean, safely right now, it is safe right now. Both my kids are going in person 5 days a week, and I'm lucky.
Right.
So
I
this
will-
is just ridiculous. We need the
Okay,
testing.
so let me take it on taxes. I agree that we need to make sure that we get the tax structure right. We don't want to view businesses or any other New Yorkers as like a piggy bank. Having said that, cities and states function well when they have the money for essential services, and we need to make sure our tax system is equitable, and we need to make sure it's generating the revenue necessary to fund the things we need to fund to make our city livable. And we do spend at a higher rate than many places. Some of that, there's always inefficiencies, but it's a commitment to a greater level of public spending and public goods like a mass transit system. I do favor, if necessary, to get us through this very difficult period, some additional taxes that are targeted to raise revenue, ideally from places. There are some people who have made a lot of money during the pandemic, including unrealized capital gains and other things. So we got to be careful about it. I don't think it's endless. And again, the principal way we should get out of this is through substantial temporary relief measures from the federal government, because they have the ability to borrow now in a crisis and spend the money necessary that states don't have. We can't run the kind of deficits they can. Because our bond ratings get killed and everything else. But I'm not going to tell you today, I'm not making the read my lips, no new taxes pledge here now. I think we do need to think about revenue as well. But I understand it's not a bottomless resource. On the schools, again, I don't want to be our country has been plagued by politicians looking at public health officials and saying, you're wrong, you're not, like, I know the science better than you do. I don't. The city had said the 3% threshold was going to be a bright line, and that they would close the schools if we hit that. We had a fairly, what I think, silly conversation yesterday between the governor and the mayor about, I think the state is measuring us at 2.88% and the city says we're exceeding 3%. That's really unfortunate. I wish the state and the city could get together and make sure that our health officials at both levels are making these decisions. With respect to schools, we need to make sure that we are taking steps to keep transmission down and keep our rates low. I can't tell you 3% ought to be a magic number, but when it gets to be 6%, like it is in Buffalo, for example, or much higher in other parts of the country, we're going to have another major problem. There are schools, I've heard from school district leaders. I was actually on a call yesterday with our Brooklyn School District 15, which says they have significant spikes in some of their schools that have been traced to the schools. So it's a complicated picture. It's a big school system. There are 1 million school children in the public school system. We need to keep the numbers down. We do need more testing. We also need to make sure that the testing sites we have that are able to process people rapidly. I've had good experiences. I get myself tested without identifying myself as a senator periodically to see how it's going. And, I've gotten results relatively quickly with not a too brutal line, but we need to make sure people are doing all the things we can to keep transmission down and get us back to school as soon as possible.
Well, great. I don't think we have any more questions. Thanks so much for the town hall, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you all, and for all of your interest and your deep knowledge as reflected in your lengthy and thoughtful questions.
Okay, great. So we're moving on to two speakers that are going to be speaking about the resolution to commemorate African land and Community Board 2. Kamal Ware will be our first speaker, and Yasmin Chisholm will be the second. Let's go ahead and elevate. And when you've been elevated, go ahead and test out your audio. Kamal?
I believe I'm unmuted.
Great. We can hear you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for welcoming, being welcome. It's my second time speaking to your community board. It was an honor to speak with you October 27th. I want to support the resolution in my 1 minute and 50 seconds and remainder, just by showing how we live in a space where a lot of people are divided. And I think it's great to think about how history in the past connects different communities that are indigenous, African, European. People come to New York all the time to visit. It's a great place to travel to. And New York City really can play a special role in holding space and hosting conversations about who belongs here, where we're going, who we are, And this is a moment for us to come together as a community, not hiding from our history, but celebrating our different layers and learning and remembering together. So I think that people often bring up Seneca Village and Weeksville and Harlem, but going back to the 1600s puts all these things into a broader working frame of resilience and self-determination. So I thank you for an opportunity to support this resolution, and I'll leave my last 54 seconds on the clock.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Nope, questions, hands went down. So Yasmin.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Yasmin Chisholm, and I'm currently a researcher and archivist for the Black Gotham Experience. And I'm also a fifth-year PhD student at New York University. My research sits at the intersections of critical urban studies and Black studies. So I know the importance of seizing opportunities to make known the existence of those who have been initially left out of public memory and cast aside as unimportant. In that way, I urge CB2 to pass this resolution and honor the lives and experiences of those who might not ever be recognized due to their race and gender. On CB2's website, in the About section, the board states that the district is defined by its history of political activism, its unique architectural landscapes, active artistic community, and by the cultural and ethnic diversity of its populations. This resolution is aligned with that mission and will submit the importance of this land for not only those in the district's boundaries, but elsewhere as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, we do have State Senator Brad Hoylman. And if we can make him live, you can give us an update, Brad.
Thank you. I think Senator Kavanaugh covered everything, which is why he's such a great colleague. He does a lot of great work, particularly in the area of housing and gun safety and the environment. It's a very long list of advocacy. I just wanted to, it's good to see everyone again. I'm participating in the Pfizer vaccine trial that has shown 95% efficacy. I figured, as you may know, I'm a very pro-vaccine legislator, so I thought I would put my money or my arm where my mouth is, and so far so good. I definitely got the vaccine because I had some minor side effects like chills, fever, after the second dose. But I went on my own and have found out that, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got the vaccine because I think my antibodies are off the charts. So it's very helpful for all of us. But in the meantime, we're going to have to do something, as Senator Kavanaugh said, about revenue, about small businesses, our restaurants in particular, and our gyms and others that may be forced to close. We're going to have to pay them something. We can't just close them without any aid whatsoever. So, I think we need to look at the idea of the state, which has about, $15, $17 billion of liquidity, to prepay some of that money in the hopes of a federal aid package at the beginning of the year. I don't think we can wait. That's my assessment of the situation if these restaurants, for example, have to shut down. I do appreciate concerns that I've been hearing from constituents about outdoor dining and about the structures. The safety of them in particular is what concerns me. And we're going to have to work on that with DOT and other agencies to make sure that it happens. We certainly don't want to make a tenuous situation worse, for example, as it pertains to fire safety. I passed some legislation that was signed into law, I'm happy to say. One of the bills that I wrote this year and passed will make it harder to file what are called strategic lawsuits against public participation, otherwise known as SLAPP lawsuits. And SLAPP lawsuits are often filed by wealthy individuals or organizations against an advocate or a journalist or a critic who may be opposing them. For example, Donald Trump is one of the biggest filers of SLAPP lawsuits in New York. He's sued everyone from Bill Maher to, believe it or not, a Miss America pageant, to people who criticized some of his golf course development plans. What this new legislation does, it brings up the SLAPP standard to dozens of other states across the country. And if you're found to have filed a lawsuit to try to restrict an individual's First Amendment rights to protest or to critique you as an entity or as an individual, you may end up paying the attorney's fees for the defendant if the defendant wins. It's a very simple solution. It works in other states. The governor signed it into law. And Trump has already threatened for the billboards that are in Times Square at the moment about Jared Kushner and Ivana, for example. So that's, I think, a good bill. If you're in the back seat of a taxi cab or an Uber these days, you're going to have to buckle up. That was never the law until the governor signed my bill, and now it's in effect. Remember, we had for years those of us who are old enough, those television ads, taxi TV ads in the back telling you to buckle up. I think we had Elmo and Joan Rivers and other celebrities. Well, now it's the law. It's a $50 fine if you don't buckle up. The reason I passed this bill is because I had heard from one of our local hospitals, NYU Langone, in fact, that there is a phenomenon that they see in emergency rooms where people come in with chipped teeth, split lips, serious concussions and eye injuries because they're not wearing their seatbelt in the back of a cab or an Uber, and they're flung forward and hit that plastic partition. The emergency room doctors actually have a term for it. It's called partition face, and they see it so often. So hopefully this new law will end partition face or limit it to some extent. Third, it's going to be easier, thanks to a bill of mine that the governor signed into law, to cancel your gym membership. Now, if you've signed up for gym membership or any subscription service online, you will be able to cancel that online. I had two constituents, aged 82 and 87, who were told by New York Sports Club that they had to go to the headquarters of New York Sports Club in Midtown in the middle of the pandemic and fill out a form to cancel their gym membership. That was obviously ridiculous. That propelled us into action. The governor has signed this legislation into law. I'm very happy about that. And it also requires you to opt in if you are signing up for an annualized subscription or a trial subscription, as we often see ads for online these days. And then finally, I worked out an agreement with the MTA at Grand Central to provide some rent relief to small businesses. The foot traffic there, as I'm sure you know if you've been there recently, has been minimal. And these businesses, medium, small, and even some larger ones, were unable to pay their rent. Well, we've worked out a rent forgiveness plan with the state of New York through the MTA. And it's a model for, I think, private landlords. And Harvey Epstein and I have written a bill called the Save Our Storefronts legislation that incorporates this shared sacrifice model. It's to be funded in part through federal aid. Again, I hope we can get some of that federal aid before January if the state would dip into its cash reserves. And then finally, a bill that I've introduced recently is called the Furious Act, which means Fighting Urban Racing in Our Streets Act. And what that will do, I know a lot of our constituents, our neighbors, including me and my daughters, have heard the street racing at night from cars and motorcycles. This is going to allow street cameras to operate in school zones during the off hours. Currently, they're prohibited by law from doing so. We think that we'll be able to use that technology and apprehend a lot of these street racers in areas like Midtown and the West Side Highway. So I'm very pleased that that bill has picked up some support from my colleagues. And then my final point is You can read this in our report. Jacob Priley from my team is on the Zoom with us. A bill that I passed last year has gone into effect. It's called the Restoration of Honor Act. You know, there are a lot of LGBTQ IA members of the service who were dishonorably discharged simply because they were found to be LGBTQ. And because of that dishonorable discharge, they have not been eligible for state benefits. Over 50 benefits they've been denied for the remainder of their lives due to their dishonorable discharge. Well, the Restoration of Honor Act will allow those men and women to receive those benefits. Hopefully we can get similar legislation that's carried by Senator Gillibrand passed at the federal level so they can receive federal benefits as well. Tomorrow is Transgender Day of Remembrance, so it's very fitting that this legislation goes into effect this week. That's my report. Thank you very much. Good to see everyone.
You can't go yet. We have a few questions for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we're going to start.
Didn't Senator Kavanaugh answer them all? I'm sorry.
Dr. Shirley Smith.
Hello, Dr. Shirley Smith.
And how are you?
I'm well. It's good to see you.
Thank you for sharing your legislative successes, as well as your interest and concern for restaurateur owners. And are you equally concerned? I didn't hear anything about parents, the schools closing today, and poor parents, particularly not having to make a choice between working and caring for their kids. Can you let me just sort of hear what you think about that?
Well, it's an agonizing decision, as I'm sure we all appreciate. We should be basing these decisions on data. One of the things, an issue that I've raised recently is that there's an app on your phone you can download from the state of New York. It's called the COVID Alert NY. And frankly, the city has not been promoting this app with the state. It's a state app, and it tracks transmission rates and allows you to have real-time information about those transmission rates in your neighborhood. The city and the state need to do a better job coordinating on this front. This is just an example of how I think there isn't good coordination in that regard. In terms of the 3% positivity rate and the shutdown of the schools, that was a deal that was struck between the mayor and the teachers union. I will say that we cannot underestimate the concern of both parents and teachers who fear for their health and well-being while in a school setting. That is obviously important. It's kind of like the same theme around businesses. Until we're all healthy and get the transmission rates back down, I think everything to a certain extent has to be secondary. That said, Dr. Smith, the fact that we have this generation of children who are being denied in-person learning and can't get laptops is abhorrent. So we have to work on technology and remote access and internet service. The fact that some of the students in our incredibly well-resourced district did not have laptops shows you how bad things might be in other parts of New York City. So I completely agree with you that this is an agonizing, difficult moment for parents. I know I'm one of them, but we got to get healthy and get these transmission rates back down and protect the public. I hope that the city and the state start to communicate better about data. This should be data driven. The decision should be made by epidemiologists and scientists. Frankly, I'm neither. So in Tony Fauci, I trust, and other physicians and researchers who can tell us how this virus is being transmitted.
Thanks a lot. I thank you for your comments. We all know that the digital divide is a real issue, but it's kind of interesting that the governor set at the 3% level to close the schools. The research shows that only about 1.7% of the cases were happening inside of the schools, but that's another issue. Just thought I would throw that out. But thank you so much for your comments, and great
to see you as always.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
everyone. It's 8 o'clock and we still have a lot to do. So please just ask a question, and Senator, if you could try to give us a brief response. So
I'm sorry.
Okay, William Benish, you're next.
Thanks, Senator Hoylman. My question's regarding the PFAS packaging bill that you passed over the summer.
Yeah.
Has there been any discussion of extending that to non-food related packaging? And second, just wondering if there was any update on anticipated schedule for that to be signed into law. Thanks.
Thank you for asking it. I'm very proud of that legislation. My team and Jacob, who's on the Zoom, we got it passed. PFAS is a carcinogen. It's a polyfluorocarbonate that does not break down. So it's what they call a forever chemical. And it's actually used in food packaging. It's the slick surface in your pizza box. And if it touches your food, it can actually contaminate the food and enter your bloodstream. So we have proposed in this legislation that it be banned from food packaging. We're awaiting the governor's signature. We're hopeful that that'll happen soon. And in terms of expanding it to other products, we also passed a bill. I passed a bill that would ban it in firefighting foam. The reason that's crucial is that firefighters will practice their drills using firefighting foam on tarmacs and airports, for example, and that foam will run off into and enter the water table and poison people, just like it did in Hoosick Falls up in upstate New York. So that's one area we expanded it to. I hope we can expand it to other areas. I'm up for that. If you have ideas, email me, bradhoylman@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Thanks. Akila.
Hi, Brad.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. It's great to hear what you've been doing. My question is, to what extent can we, and why isn't the city and the state ramping up testing for schools? There are entire schools in New York City that are using a spit test, where they test every student and faculty member in their school. And they have been able to remain open, and they've been able to contact trace very efficiently. And our public school system has refused to employ a comprehensive testing and contact tracing program to allow students 10 and under to attend school daily, and to allow older students to attend school more frequently. What can you do, and why hasn't the city employed this very convenient test? And the labs are actually in Brooklyn, right here in New York, that create this test, and many other labs in the city do. So I just want to know why that isn't happening, and if there are plans for that to occur.
We're really pushing for that. These what they call point of care tests, which give you results, within a couple of hours, not a couple of days. And I'm hopeful as the technology advances, and it's the FDA recently approved this saliva test, as you said, through emergency use authorization, that we'll see more of those tests available. There is a production delay on them. And the city, and the state have had a challenge in getting as many tests as possible. But let's hope that under a new federal administration, we'll have better cooperation between the state of New York and the federal government in getting these tests into the hands of our public school system officials. I could not agree more. If private schools are able to, as you describe it, test and trace, we should be able to do it at the city level. I think part of it
Why
is
are
an
private schools doing it before public schools? Why are private schools being prioritized over the public good?
well, I would argue they should not be. Obviously, I think they have the resources. And well, you know, here's a story. Here's an example of how this happens. You know, when PPE was depleted at the beginning of the pandemic, you know what the private hospitals did? They got their boards of directors to charter jets, private airlines, to fly to China and Korea and pick up PPE. You know, our public hospitals couldn't do that. We do not have the resources to do that or the nimbleness to do that, unfortunately. So I agree with you. The public schools should be prioritized, if only because there's more public school students and the population, generally speaking, is more vulnerable to COVID. So I couldn't agree more. We'll continue to push for greater testing. I was on a call today with the city's tracing czar, and also had a conversation with the governor's office about how to coordinate data as well as testing. So we're continuing to push that. I'm hopeful over the next several weeks we'll see a difference. I don't like seeing the lines for testing. Just came off the 6th Avenue a couple hours ago, a line around the block at City and D. It should not be that way.
Thank you.
I have a few more questions. I'm going to go to Katie Modenaro. We haven't heard from Katie yet.
Has her hand up again, Mom. What do you think she's going to ask about?
I'm sorry, Betty. Somebody's got to mute Betty, please. Katie? Katie, can you press *6, I think, in order to speak? If not, I'll come to you next. Let's go to John Paul DeVerna while we wait for Katie.
Hi, Senator Holman. Your Furious Act, I just had a question about that. My concern is that just kind of a way to enforce speed restrictions that are otherwise prohibited at night under the auspices of trying to prevent drag racing, which I think everyone would want to stop? I'm just trying to figure out, are they having the same strictures they would have during the day, just applied at night, or is there a different threshold to be considered finable?
No, it's the same. The bill does provide, I can send you a copy of the bill. By the way, Furious, it's a bit of a tortured acronym. It's named after the film Fast and Furious, a great cinematic achievement. The idea is basically as you describe it. We turn on speed cameras during the night when these, I don't know, I'd call them jackasses are racing on our streets, making it, making them unlivable for us who are trying to get a good night's sleep. It's the last thing we need during a pandemic. But you're right, that's essentially what it does. It does also change one thing. Speed racing currently in the statute requires you if you're to be charged with the crime or the infraction, to actually have designated a course in advance. You have to sit down and draw out a course. There'd have to be evidence of that if you're to be charged with illegal street racing. I mean, that's obviously ridiculous. Nobody does that who does speed racing. They don't sit down with a map and say, we're going to, drag up the West Side Highway. We would eliminate that requirement in the statute.
Thank you.
All right, Katie, do you have your mic on now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Great.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, Brad. One thing that you've been advocating for so many years and you didn't mention, and I have been following very closely in the paper this week, is the whole situation with the Boy Scouts. And I think that the 90,000 men who came forward this week were able to do so in part because of your work on this issue in New York. And I wanted to see if you had any more comments, because it's really it's really horrifying, and I'm so glad that it's being addressed.
It is. With the support of a number of members of our community, I passed legislation called the Child Victims Act, which allows adult survivors of child sexual abuse to bring civil claims against their abusers or the institutions who may have protected those abusers, whether it be the Boy Scouts, churches, yeshivas, youth groups. The reason I was inspired to support to sponsor this bill is a constituent came to me, Katie, and said that he had been abused by his coach when he was a young man. He was now over 40 years old, and he told me the horrifying details of how he was groomed to basically lose his guard and trust this horrible person who ended up ruining his life. And I was devastated, and I said, I can't imagine anything worse. And he said, well, there is something worse, Senator. That man is still coaching in my school. So, I get choked up about it because this has allowed the statute to work in terms of identifying men who and some women who have abused children and currently have access to those kids, our kids. So I'm very proud of that bill. I'm hopeful that the scouting organization, they did declare bankruptcy as a way to protect themselves, but they do have $1 billion worth of assets. I hope every single scout, I was an Eagle Scout, has access to that fund and seeks some sort of redress in the courts, but also is able to rebuild something of their lives that have been devastated through these crimes over the decades.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. The very meaningful legislation. Been working on it for a long time. We have a couple more questions, or 3 more questions. Cormac, if you could just lay us your question, please.
Yes, and by the way, Brad, that's not how you spell furious. So, Brad, I just want to ask you a quick question, which is that, as a former chair of this board, what advice you would give us to this issue we were talking about before with the other senator, about how during the emergency, community processes being sidelined or ignored, and in terms of things like the Soho NoHo and the open dining, and what advice you would give us for how we can assert ourselves and be in that process, so.
Well, I think you're doing what you should be doing, which is raise the alarm. I think health and safety is probably what gets the attention of city agencies and commissioners, and your assessment of that is on point. So don't shrink from calling out the infractions as you see them. Even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, what we're doing is, I think, laying the groundwork to fix some of this once we return to some semblance of normalcy. So keep at it and use work with stakeholders, block associations, and of course the businesses themselves, in trying to identify ways to improve the status quo.
Marcia, question?
Great to see you, Brad. Thank you for
Nice to
coming
see you.
tonight and seeing us always. We appreciate you having back to a community board too. So my question, I have 2 questions. The first one is, what is your position on good cause eviction and the cancel rent movement? The reason I'm asking is because, again, I want to emphasize that small property owners need public officials to advocate for us, small property owners, so that tenants do not take advantage of the current COVID moratorium of no evictions? What are you doing to help us?
Well, I agree with you, Rocio. You've educated me over the years on the fact that most of our landlords are small businesses themselves. And to the extent we talk about small businesses and pride ourselves in introducing legislation or passing bills that support small businesses, well, we should be doing the same for landlords. So with that in mind, the bill that Harvey and I wrote on storefronts has a fund that's provided to the small business landlord directly. So that's one thing I would say that I'm doing, in part because of the education I've received from you and others in our community. But in terms of my position on cancel rent and the good cause eviction, look, everything's going to cost money. There's no, cancel rent has a cost. Right now, we do not have the resources. Canceling rent means that someone's got to pay. So the idea, though, is something that I advanced, which is a bill that I think has worked up to now, which is called the Tenant Safe Harbor Act. And I don't think, generally speaking, tenants are out of their rights to not be thrown out on the street during a pandemic. And I believe that if tenants have the money to pay, they should. And that's what the Tenant Safe Harbor Act institutes. They can't be evicted, but they can be charged for back rent. So I think that's a fair way to proceed. And that was the bill that I wrote, and that's been passed into law.
Rocio, you had one more question?
Yeah. Well, actually, what your bill did is,
No,
yes.
No commentary, just a question, please.
No, so no, the tenants are supposed to pay the rent, which gives the landlords just a piece of paper. So how is that piece of paper really going to help the landlords pay their bills, pay the real estate taxes, and pay all the water and sewer and insurance and everything that we need to keep our buildings safe for our tenants? Because this is what we want to do. Not all landlords are good landlords. But anyway, not all tenants are good tenants, but we need the help. We need to know the piece of paper is not going to get me anywhere. What can I do with that piece of paper?
I hear you on that. That's why I agree with you. Somebody's got to pay. We cannot, though, create a worse situation by evicting tenants during the worst public health crisis of our lifetimes. And that's, like I said earlier, in my opinion, health and safety have to come first. But federal aid and state aid has to be part of the equation. So that's why I'm pushing the state to dip into its reserves and fund the Save Our Storefronts Act, for example, which would create a fund for small landlords like many in our community. But you have expenses, you have mortgages, it's got to be a shared sacrifice. And I agree with you that we have to provide assistance to our small landlords. Couldn't agree more.
Thanks. And we have another question from Coral. If you could keep it brief and no commentary, please.
Hi, Brad. I have questions on both
Hi.
vaccines and testing. First, I want to thank you because taking the vaccine was very brave and honorable of you to do, and I'm very grateful for that, as everyone is. It looks like there's going to be not just one vaccine that's going to come to market. And when that happens, I wonder if you all have gone through, and I hope you will, figuring out how you will best recommend which vaccine to take, because the rates are different. It looks like the effectiveness of the different vaccines is not going to be necessarily the same. And yet just getting any vaccine is better than no vaccine. So I wonder how you all are going to approach that, because this is sort of novel. Normally we take the flu vaccine, we get one vaccine, we all get the same
Yeah.
vaccine. And, you know, right now there are multiple distributors that are coming out to market and we all need a vaccine. So something that's got like, you know, 87% versus 94 is still good. So how are we going to manage that? And I hope you all are already working on that, but that's something that is making me concerned that people will hesitate because of, I want the one that has the 90 whatever percent. So maybe saying like, just like we say, like sanitizing alcohol is over 60%, anything over a certain amount might be helpful. Secondly, on the testing, it's this easy. My daughter takes this test. I swab her nose, 10 seconds in each nostril every week. And she takes it in her backpack and gives it to the person taking her into school with a QR code on her name badge. It's that easy, okay? This bag, this is next week's. I'm gonna take out one swab and do it. So I hope you all, and I wanna know how you all are going to roll this out for all of the school system because it's this easy.
Okay, got, we understand the question. So Brad, it's you, it's your floor.
Well, on the second question first, Coral, could you please send me an email with that company and I will check with the state procurement to see in the city to see where that is in terms of availability. That'd be really helpful. On the first, so thank you. That's actually revelatory to me. I did not even know. Yeah. On the first question, in terms of which vaccine is going to be recommended, you're right. It's like the FDA has issued emergency use authorization for multiple vaccines, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, I mean, just BioEngine, you know, just to name a few. And it's going to be up to the FDA, not the state of New York, because the FDA has the data, not the state of New York. Governor Cuomo has established a vaccine panel, I think you've heard. I'm not so sure what they're going to be doing because I don't think they have all the information they're going to need or the expertise necessarily to determine which vaccine to recommend, whether they recommend multiple ones. I think you're right, though. I think we will have to have a public information campaign and direct parents and seniors to the right vaccine for their children and for themselves. And I think, you know, one of the things I'm also concerned about, it's great to have a vaccine, but it's more important that people actually get vaccinated. So we're going to have to kind of have renewed commitment to getting vaccinated. The vaccination rates have fallen during the pandemic, in part because people don't want to go to a doctor's office, and also the conspiracy theories that have been spread by anti-vaccine activists. I know personally, you know, have been pretty outrageous. So education is going to have to be part of it. And I commit to you that we're going to be working with the governor's office and his vaccine panel on determining the best way to communicate that so we know which vaccine is best given our personal situation. That's a great
Wonderful.
question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Brad. That's going to be all the questions we have. This is going to be the longest public session that I've ever chaired over or vice chaired over. So we still have quite a few more speakers.
Congratulations.
Well, I'm getting a little bit of heat on my side here. So Borough President Gail Brewer, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, and I will be quick. I just want to follow up on a couple of things. First of all, in terms of the quick testing, so the uptown numbers are higher, and so we're focusing there in terms of testing. So we've been out with the city today, but then staff is getting trained tomorrow, and we will then be able to be on the street, which we will be starting Tuesday. We're going to start in Inwood 10040. And we will be testing people in the similar way that you just heard. So it's very much, it's called micro testing, and we're going to do it all through any storefront. We obviously need, the city will be there, we'll be there. We're looking for storefronts that have bathrooms and willing to work with us, but we're going to be trying really hard to get those numbers down. So yes, that testing is very, very possible to do on a quick basis. The second issue I want to say, to thank the small owners for something that's very special. So obviously there's different groups of small owners owning buildings. It's not a group that I've worked with a lot, but they have come to us because they have so many vacancies. And they have said to the borough president of Manhattan, help us fill them. That's a very generous, wonderful offer. And so we are working with city agencies to try to see if there is some support, and I think there is. We're doing that in a way that is consistent with what they need and the needs of the city, and looking, perhaps there is some subsidy involved. So I just want to let you know to thank the small property owners who have made that offer. It's 500 or 600 units in the borough of Manhattan right now that are vacant and that need to be filled. And we have plenty of people who need housing. In terms of the schools, there's lots of issues. Anybody who's a parent knows. But one thing that I'm irritated about, and there are many things to be irritated about, is I have been working on this issue of technology for years and years and years. And finally, you know, one of the ways that we were successful was we got rid of something called Directive 10, probably too nuanced. But what it said was, you can't use capital money for anything that isn't networked and doesn't have a shelf life of more than 5 years. So what students ended up with, if anybody's been in the classroom, it includes opening the closet door, taking out the cart, taking out the laptops, using them for class, putting the laptops back into the cart and putting it back into, and it took forever, and it was not appropriate for learning, sometimes not the right kind of device. And of course, as soon as COVID hit, those all went out the door because every student that didn't have one got one. So now those are even empty. So we have $20 million, almost 20 million, sitting in a fund trying to get the DOE to spend it. First they said yes, then they put up all these roadblocks, whether it is school construction authority, talking about insurance, who's gonna pay for it. I could go on with all these little roadblocks. So just so you know, we're working on them. But it is insane to have all this money sitting here, which could be used for the devices that are not available for students who need them most. So I'm quite irritated about that. Secondly, childcare. We've been in touch with organizations in Community Board 2 because recently an RFP went out for early childhood education slots by the Department of Education. And what ended up happening was the slots, 550 of them went to the other boroughs where there's quote unquote more need. We get screwed on this gentrification issue. People forget there are many low income families in the neighborhoods, particularly near NYCHA, but just generally. So we're pushing to try to get these slots back. DOE simply gave pre-K slots to the borough of Manhattan, and that means you have no after school. Also, we have many people who come to Manhattan to work and they want their children to be nearby. So that's another way in which we're fighting like crazy. We are also, capital money is going to be dealt with in terms of 2021. And we have started to have meetings where you could learn how to apply. I can't tell you that there's going to be a lot of capital money, I think, in what we can consider FY22 budget, but just pay attention because in our newsletter, you'll see in the month of December, there's times when the schools can come to know how to apply, and certainly nonprofits can come to learn how to apply. Those are two places we'll probably be focusing a lot on the issue of your project needs X dollars to finish, because I have another year left and I want to make sure projects get finished. I know that Board 2 has so many wonderful restaurants and you've been working on small businesses. I think I keep talking about it, Carter's heard many times, but this public realm czar idea. I was dealing today with exactly this problem. 2 agencies, 1 restaurant, 2 agencies not speaking to each other, and the restaurant in the middle, unable to get its outdoor program up and running. So I think there's about 20 agencies that work with the public on the street, from the obviously SBS, obviously DOT, obviously buildings, obviously even homeless, state liquor authority, and the list goes on. So we've got to find a way that these agencies talk to each other without me or you having to say, could you talk to each other so that this particular restaurant can be successful. So I'm pushing very hard on that, and I hope that I will get suggestions from Community Board number 2, because you always have great ideas. And now I know Soho NoHo is the biggest issue. It is certainly something that I'm listening carefully to. We've had some stakeholder meetings. I know that there's a scoping session on December 3rd, and I know the written comments are going to be December 18th, and we will continue to work. I know you have some meetings coming up, at least 2, and there are some meetings this weekend. So I'll listen and we will work together to try to figure this out. Thank you very much, Community Board 2, for all your work.
Thank you, Manhattan Borough President. We have a few questions for you. Michael Levine.
Yes, hi, Gail. Thank you for mentioning the Soho rezoning plan. We know that you were one of the sponsors initially of the Envision NoHo Soho project. I'm curious to know if you and your office or your staff will be taking a position on the proposals within the Soho NoHo rezoning plan prior to its certification for the ULR process, or will you wait for later on in the process? I'm curious to know if you have anything you want to share with us that will help CB2 in its determinations as to what our reaction should be.
Well, it's always been my position to wait until the word is in terms of the ULIP. So I usually make a position when we do the ULIP, but there's no, we're going to have many discussions between now and then. So but I don't say this is what I think specifically until the ULIP, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Akila.
Hi, Gail. Thank you for also bringing up technology in the schools, because in our district and throughout the city, kids in 12 to 1-to-1 classes, which are our most vulnerable and most contained groups of learners, they have had school 5 days a week, and they were asked to turn in their devices when they resume school. Now that they have been suddenly thrust back into remote learning, our most vulnerable and our most struggling students do not have any devices to learn on. Is there a plan in place to get our 12 to 1-to-1 and our very vulnerable learners devices as quickly as possible, because the schools are saying they don't have them to give out?
Akil, I heard the same thing from Mickey Mantle, which is one of the schools that you just described today. So I will get back to, I'm so angry about this whole thing. It's hard to even discuss, because you heard me talk about $15 to $20 million sitting in the bank. So I will get back to you about it.
It's really heartbreaking and shouldn't be happening.
No, it shouldn't be happening. And
We can't have the crosstalk. I'm sorry. We can have a question, but no crosstalk.
okay, I'll get back to her. Thank you.
Okay. Rocio?
Gail, thank you so much for being here tonight and always listening to all our problems. You are a problem solver, and we appreciate everything you do for us. I just wanted to let you know that you mentioned regarding the organization that reached out to you about vacant apartments. And I belong to that organization. And yesterday we had a board meeting, and the chair of our board mentioned the fact that this is going to be happening with your borough president's office. And I just wanted to tell you that it was amazing. The feedback from the board members was really very positive. And I think that this is going to be a program that's going to help find people homes where they don't have any. And so I want to thank you. It's not a question, but it's just a comment. I want to thank you so much for listening to us and realizing what predicaments we're in.
Yeah, we're going to move on. I'm sure that the Madam Borough President appreciates.
And that's all. That's all. I just wanted her to know that we actually talked about it.
So we're gonna move on. If I see no more questions, I don't think so. We're gonna move on back to our public session. We're gonna hear from members of our community.
Thank you.
Yes. The next following the speakers are going to be speaking about open streets and outdoor dining. We have Colleen O'Connor speaking next. Then it'll be Kyle Skledarov and then Catherine Hilliard. So let's go ahead and unmute Colleen. If we can find her.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Great.
Thank you so much, Community Board 2, members and guests. I just want to give a quick shout out to Betty. I saw her on the screen earlier. She had the student-led panel last month, sponsored by the Community Board, and it was terrific. It was one of the best events I've attended this fall. So I just want to wish her to keep up the good work. Folks, I know it's getting late. I have some positive energy here. My intended public comment about street use permits for our schools. It's been altered to share good news, but with a little asterisk. The school use street permits are officially called outdoor learning permits. They've been extended. The permits had originally been issued with an expiration date of November 30th. So that's originally why I signed up to speak. But yesterday, the schools who received these permits were notified by the DOE that the permits are extended until December 23rd. So I said the asterisk, these permits really need to run concurrent with the full school year, and we can't let them lapse before the conclusion of the school year. And the permits are really crucial to health and safety of the school students and the communities, our local communities. So in a way, December 23rd is still right around the corner, and it's a deadline I need to ask you to keep in mind. Community Board 2, and in particular, the CB2 School and Education Committee, were so instrumental in moving the DOT and the DOE, like these huge bureaucratic entities, like they created this type of open street permit for our public schools, thanks really in large part to your resolution that supported it. So you had a huge impact, not only in our immediate community, but citywide. So as a public school parent, I really want to say thank you for your time and effort on that. And I hope that we can continue to count on your continued support for these necessary permits. I hope that we can consider supporting these permits to run concurrent with the full school year going forward. I know that might seem a bit odd to ask during a week where the buildings have closed, but the buildings will reopen again. And it's very imperative that these permits do not lapse before the conclusion of the full school year. Thank you so much for your time, especially tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from panelists. Just want to remind everybody attending that we do not take questions from non-board members. Next speaker will be Kyle Skleroff.
Yes, hi. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I just wanted to focus on outdoor dining. I live with my wife in a small 1-bedroom, 400 square foot apartment at 122 Perry Street. I know the community board has thoughtfully been considering the outdoor dining, and I appreciate the resolution that you guys are considering, which says that it should not be made permanent, which we agree with for all of the reasons that you rightfully enumerated, the lack of input, the privatization of public space, the quality of life impacts. I think you guys did a great job highlighting those. I would just speak as a personal resident. The piece I'd like to focus on is the one-size-fits-all approach really does not work. As we all know, New York City neighborhoods are vastly different. Our neighborhood is different, and even streets within those neighborhoods are different. And what might work on commercial, let's say on 7th Avenue, which had outdoor dining, and I'm sure many of us enjoyed some of those in the past, is far different than a tiny, narrow residential side street in the village, where there's people like us who live in ground floor residences that are literally feet from these outdoor dining areas. Our apartment, literally every single window or bedroom or bed is literally feet from a giant outdoor restaurant where people are laughing and talking loudly and clinking glasses all night, and it is very, very disruptive. It makes it almost impossible to be there. So I just don't understand why this would be made permanent for the benefit of private landlords over the residents, especially when this pandemic will hopefully end. They'll be able to return to indoor dining, but we'll never be able to return to our quality of life. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kyle. Seeing no questions, I just, Kate Hilliard. I just unmuted you.
Yes, hi. I'll keep it brief since my husband just spoke, but the one thing that he did not cover is the human factor and how devastating it is to not be able to live in your home, to live comfortably in your home. We just purchased with our life savings this apartment, and we cannot escape the outdoor dining. We are literally living in a restaurant. And I just wanted to highlight the devastation that it might make for certain residents that's not being, I don't think has been fully really felt by the full board. I really appreciate the committee and all the other meetings we've participated in. I just wanted everyone to hear like the strife as a resident and how painful it has been. So thank you for keeping the cause going, and we appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I don't see any questions. Mickey McGee decided to send in testimony that Bob Gormley will be putting into our minutes, I imagine. And then we're going to be listening from Nancy Paisley, also about reopening working group resolution. We have two more after that, which is going to be Leslie Clark and Evan, if he's still around. Nancy?
Trying to unmute myself. Thank you very much. I want to say very briefly, I strongly support the resolution that the working group has put together. It's very well thought out and represents a lot of hard work on their part. I want to thank them for it and thank them for listening to a lot of testimony on this issue. I'd like to suggest two additional, maybe three additional factors here, either for this resolution or for a later time. The first is that the city in open restaurants put out a series of rules and regulations and then has refused, not failed, but refused to enforce them. These were supposed to balance the needs of outdoor dining with with public health. But as a result of the lack of enforcement, we have a resurging virus epidemic, and schools are closing, and who knows where this is going to go. Secondly, I fear the same thing is happening with the propane heaters, which have rules and regulations which are not enforced. And I'm very much afraid that something is going to happen there, although I pray not. And thirdly, I see that just yesterday, some city officials have announced that you're not allowed to have structures on the sidewalks. Well, they're on every sidewalk, and I doubt that they're going to be taken down. The committee said they were haphazard. That's a kind word. And we have a real mess here, and unless the city is going to come to grips with it, I don't know what we're going to do. So please support the resolution, and we'll see what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And Leslie, you're ready to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Leslie Clark. I'm also speaking, strongly supporting your resolution, which on open restaurants, which I think is excellent. I think it covers well the problems that we have been experiencing as residents here. For me, one of the difficulties is, as Nancy Paisley pointed out, is that we are living in some place where there is no enforcement. Whether there are rules or not, they are simply not followed. I live on West 4th Street, where there are very narrow sidewalks, and restaurateurs have simply covered the entire sidewalk from building all the way out, enclosing the sidewalk completely. Especially there are places on West 10th Street between West 4th and Bleecker where I have to choose between walking through a restaurant structure or walking in the street. These places the people are tightly packed in them. They amount to an indoor space but there is still no restricting of people within these indoor spaces. So I have to decide whether I'm going to walk through past people who are simply not wearing masks at all, or walk into the bike lane. This is the other thing that I would like to just particularly say is that I find it extraordinary that the privatization of public space has taken place without any input whatsoever from our community. I find it particularly galling that people say this is like Paris. Let me tell you, in Paris, they have not given up public land to private owners. That simply doesn't happen. This is not Paris. If only it were like Paris, where they charge for the sidewalk. Again, I would like to say that I applaud your resolution, and I strongly hope that you all endorse it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see Evan Sweet anymore as amongst our attendees. But we do have one more that has been added, and that's Darlene Lutz. Are you ready to get unmuted, Darlene? Let's see. Okay, I just allowed you to talk, so you just have to unmute and you're ready to go.
Hey there.
Great.
Thank you. There was a last minute rush here. Am I on video?
I don't see you, but
Well,
we can hear
that's unfortunate.
I see a drawing of you.
Just an image, yeah.
Oh, well, whatever. Because I put up a photograph so you could see, so you can see Gitano, because good evening, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Darlene Lutz. I'm a resident of CB2 since 1978. I lived at the same address, 80 Varick, since 1980. That is not the one that I wanted to talk about. Oh, God. That is not the one. Rush. I don't have, I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I've got 45 drafts here and not the final one. Because I was told, 2 minutes ago that I wasn't on a list, which I was. Oh, here we go.
Darlene, do you want, why don't I?
Wait, I can do this fast now. I'm here to make the pitch, a last minute plea on the future of Gitano. Tonight, you'll be voting on whether you support the 4th-year renewal of Gitano's liquor license. That will make 2 years over their temporary stay. Unfortunately, it's a deny unless. Deny unless requires the operator is committed to play by the rules. Gitano has repeatedly shown they don't care about your stipulations. As many have learned during the COVID era, enforcement of stipulations is an onerous and demoralizing job, and a 4th year of this is unsustainable. The renewal was laid over by the SLA last month and will be heard next week. They are waiting for the CB's recommendation, something that the applicant tried to deny the CB by scheduling the SLA hearing before you had a chance to weigh in. 8 days ago, the New York Times published an article.
Darlene, you're gonna have to wrap it up. I think we understand.
Where the party never sleeps, the pandemic has decimated New York nightlife, but some bars and clubs are managing to keep the fun alive. Gitano was featured in that article.
One last sentence.
One of the DJs, and their SIP's mandate, no DJs are manipulating music, crowed. Gitano, because they are totally outdoor restaurant, hasn't really had to change that much.
Darlene, I appreciate it. I'm going to actually have to mute you. We have to move on because everybody gets the same amount of time. So I think that's the end of the public session. It's quite late. I'm going to hand it over to Carter Booth, who is our chair. Just a reminder that if anybody of the attendees would like to speak, please send in your notification to Bob Gormley. Best would be the day of our full board meeting, but by 5 o'clock. Thank you very much. If you want to send it before, that's fine, but it's easier for us to put it all together if it's the same day. Thanks.
Okay, great. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes later. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, it's second.
Second.
All right, great. We're going to move on to reports to the public. We've had a few of our elected officials have already come and given their reports. If all the elected officials reps could raise their hands, and we will bring them forward. Okay, let's start with Anthony Drummond from Councilmember Chin's office. Anthony.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you and good evening to CB2. I'll be very quick because I know you guys have a lot to cover and it's pretty late. So Just a couple announcements. I just want to point out that this week we had our temporary COVID testing site. Actually, is going to be available at the Judson Health Center, and actually will be ending tomorrow, to be honest. On November 20th, between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. I saw within the chat that Janine made a mention of it in the chat box. So hopefully for everyone there, and she's correct, there's no line and no cost. Tomorrow is the final day, so please come out for it. Also, just want to mention that last week it marked our community first food pantry start for the new USDA contract. This is in regards for our food pantry. We delivered over 1,152 boxes in addition to serving 50 individuals who actually stopped by the pantry to pick up. And again, if anyone is interested with the community group or organization, I will make sure to put in the chat box a link where you can also
I'm not
sign
feeling
up.
great.
And Senator Kavanaugh covered the MTA Verrazano two-way tolling, so I won't mention any comments to that. And that's actually pretty much it for me. And I know as I was listening during the 2 hours for the of the Soho NoHo comments, so I have been taking diligent notes from the individual board members as well. So and Councilmember Chin, as along with Borough President Brewer, we're pretty much in the same position. We want to get all the feedback as possible. I will be participating in a lot of the meetings, and I also saw that the link that Pete Davies put in for the next meeting is coming up tomorrow and Saturday. So just FYI with that. But that concludes my report.
Great, thanks, Anthony. Do we have any questions from board members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
On to Luke Wolf from the Controller's Office.
Hi, everyone. Luke Wolf from City Controller Scott Stringer's office. I'll get right to it. So our office has been hard at work this fall. I want to start by talking about our response to the health crisis. So at the start of the pandemic, Comptroller Stringer launched an investigation into the city's preparedness for and response to the COVID pandemic. We are now 6 months into that investigation, and City Hall has yet to turn over a single document or email, which is why yesterday the Comptroller actually took a court action to try to get City Hall to promptly comply with our subpoena. I will continue to keep you all updated as this moves forward, but especially moving into the second wave, we want to make sure we can deliver a timely and independent assessment of the city's response to the first wave so we can have a better response this time around. Much of our focus has also been on doing everything we can to make sure that every student has internet access. So we know that now with all students moving to remote instruction, access to technology is a key factor in their ability to get an education. So a few weeks ago, the Comptroller wrote a letter to Mayor de Blasio and Chancellor Carranza with a plan to close the digital divide, because right now there's over 100,000 students each day without internet access, by offering internet passports to low-income families, which should be subsidized and redeemable for them to be able to access the internet. Similarly, the Comptroller offered a plan with Advocates for Children, focusing on supporting the educational needs of the 13,000 students who live in family shelters across the city. The plan, released in an op-ed, lays out a blueprint to provide students, families, and shelter providers the necessary technology and services to improve the remote learning experience. The last thing I'll touch upon today is some of our push to strengthen the city for the future. So this week, Comptroller Stringer renewed his call to restart New York City's lagging capital spending program. So we know that every $1 billion in construction spending creates 5,000 new jobs. But during the pandemic, there have been $4.2 billion in planned capital projects removed from the fiscal years 2020 and 2021. We need to continue investing in our city and our capital products to make sure that we are prepared for the future and can have all the proper infrastructure that we need.
Thanks, Luke. I don't see any questions from board members here. Okay, thank you. We're going to go on to Iraq Sahansky, Councilmember Rivera's office.
Hello, everyone. Good night. You're champions for enduring this long public session. I'll be very, very brief.
I love that.
This newsletter as of Saturday, so it has something in education that is again not relevant now. But I want to address something that is not there, which is the Soho Noho rezoning. After a month of pushing, finally we were briefed a few hours ago, and we continue to ask for clarity and more information for our office, and most importantly, you, the constituents. We absolutely believe that the proposal, as it relates to historic districts, must relate to the existing context. Based on our conversation today, anything related to height in other areas of the map, nothing is on paper so far. We made sure to stress that they have to be receptive to the stakeholders and clear up confusion over what's actually in the proposal and what's not. Also, we make sure to state that one scope meeting is not sufficient for a process like this. As for position on the matter, we understand that everyone wants answers, and we would love to be able to respond to them as fast as possible. But given that we got to find out about this proposal right before our press release, and we were giving our first official briefing today, we aren't going to make any comments or positions. As of now, we're starting our back and forth with the administration, and we'll be meeting with the stakeholders as well in the coming weeks. But also a few of you will see us in the next coming weeks to discuss this important matter. Thank you.
I see one question here. Janine.
Iraq, thank you for your comments. One quick question, who is briefing your office?
On this, I was pushing for DCP to brief us and also the land use division, because we're no zoning experts. So yeah, it was with DCP and the mayor's office.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Dara Yen.
Hi, I'm Dara, the district office liaison for Assemblymember Yulene Yu. I hope everyone is having a great night. Given that the meeting is running long, I'll keep our updates pretty short. Late last month, our office met with NYCHA's heating team to discuss the ongoing need for proper heat and hot water for developments in our district. And we are continuing to deal with NYCHA management to resolve these issues as soon as possible. And for this Thanksgiving season, we are partnering with settlement houses within our district to distribute turkeys tomorrow, as well as hot meals the day before Thanksgiving. We have been distributing PPE throughout the district and will continue to do so as we all do our part in minimizing COVID cases. And lastly, we are still pushing to go back into session, and we will keep folks updated. And for any information, feel free to reach out to us, and I will drop my contact information in the chat below. Thank you again to Community Board 2 and everyone tuning in tonight, and happy early Thanksgiving, everyone.
Great, thanks, Dara. It looks like a few speakers' cards were not received properly by the office, so we're going to have a couple of more people here speak. First is going to be Augustin Hope. If I can see him on the list here. Okay, I'm not seeing him here. Let's see if we have
Carter, I feel like there are a few people who might not be muted. We're hearing some incidental noise in the back.
Okay, I'll take care of that in a second. Jason Sakai, did you want to address us?
Yes, I wanted to speak about the 827, 831 Broadway. I'm from the law firm Hiller PC. We represent a coalition of community members who oppose the proposed construction project at the two landmark buildings, 827, 831 Broadway. I quickly note that Borough President Brewer and Senator Hoyman supported the effort for the LPC to designate the buildings as landmarks, and we thank them for their leadership. In addition to my testimony tonight, our firm has also submitted written testimony to the board. With respect to the proposal, it is important to note that this proposal is not merely a three-story addition as the developer has described it. If you look at the plans, it's actually an 8-story addition comprised of 2 structures on top of the landmark buildings, a metallic addition and an office tower on top of that. We respectfully ask the full board to adopt the Landmark Committee's findings that the proposed metallic addition and tower in the current design do not comply with the rigorous requirements of the landmarks law pertaining to the grant of certificates of appropriateness. The first addition, the metallic rooftop addition, is obtrusive and highly visible, spanning the 2 landmark buildings. The developer may have referred to this metallic addition as an attempted tribute to the great Willem de Kooning, but it simply does not work. The metallic addition would appear as a giant sun reflector that distracts from the village's extraordinary architecture and sense of neighborhood, and would likely be a nuisance, which annoys those in nearby living spaces as they struggle to fight off the reflective glare created by this potential eyesore. The second addition part of the proposal, on top of the metallic addition, includes an additional multi-story office tower. This glass and steel tower would be mounted awkwardly and diagonally atop the metallic addition as if dropped from a height in the wrong location and just left there. The metallic addition facade, along with the tower, would be highly visible from the streets, sidewalks, and other buildings in the neighborhood. The facade design does not match the architecture, patterns, or material comprising the landmark buildings.
And you're going to have to wrap it up because we've gone past the 2-minute mark.
Sure, and I appreciate your time. I'll just respectfully request that the board reject the aspects of the current design that pertain to the rooftop additions, specifically the metallic addition and the tower. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks. And then I had Melinda. I'm probably mispronouncing that. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it. Let me, I don't know if I see you still here. I don't see that you're still here, but I do have Augustine Hope. You should be able to speak now. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to pick up on the reopening resolution, which I thought was excellent. I'm just wondering if we could perhaps consider adding 1 paragraph to it. It has to do with the street structures. My experience with these restaurants is that give them an inch, they take a mile. Once you have a wine and beer license, it almost never goes back to something else. Once you have an OP, it never goes back to wine and beer, and so on and so on. These street structures have been proliferating, and I sent in my submission earlier about the restaurant next to me, which is now, they're now occupying the sidewalks as well, which is illegal. They're not going to go away unless we ask them to go away. So I'm wondering if we could add a paragraph that basically says requests that these street structures be demolished, be taken down on the 15th of April or 1st of May, and that they go back to being just their outdoor seating platforms without any enclosure at all from that moment on until the end of the program in September. That was it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Okay, I see I've got one more speaker who's up as somebody else, and then that's going to be it. I've got a couple of sign-ins, so we'll just see. Melinda, are you with us? Let's see. Melinda?
Yes, thank you for unmuting me. I appreciate it. This is Melinda Knipe. I am the co-op board president of the West 11th Street Owners Incorporated at 237 West 11th Street. Our 6-story brick building is over 115 years old. We are a small self-managed co-op with 18 owners. Our next door neighbors at 235 West 11th Street have submitted plans for an approval of their gut renovation and to convert a multifamily dwelling into a single family home. They plan to extend the entirety of their townhouse to the back by nearly 15 feet, which includes excavating a larger basement, an additional cellar, and changing the historical facade. We share 4 stories of adjoining wall in the front and the retaining wall in the back with 235. We intend to be good neighbors, and we recognize the need to renovate. but we have grave concerns about the scope of the project. We know from experience that vibrations from heavy machinery and pneumatic tools can disturb the integrity of old brick mortar. Their plans to excavate 15 feet back on a 20-foot wide lot is very concerning. Our rear courtyard is about 8 feet lower in elevation and is being held up by a very old buckling retaining wall. Any digging could cause this to collapse and damage our foundation and building. They have not been forthcoming with their plans. Should any major damage happen as a result of their renovation, it could displace 18 families. We implore you to ensure that the integrity of the homes of 237 West 11th Street are protected. Please do not approve the excavation of the basement and the extension of floors 1 through 4 at 235 West 11th. Please allow this old soul of a building to retain its current footprint. Consider not allowing this multifamily dwelling to turn into a single family home. Our 18 families are depending on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's it for the public speakers. So now we're gonna go back to our agenda, and we've heard from all the elected officials. So the elected officials reports are completed. The borough president's report has been given. So now we're moving on to the chair's report. I'm gonna keep it very brief. I think everybody's heard quite a bit about the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. I'm just gonna quickly put into chat the details on our upcoming meetings. We have basically the key dates as far as the Department of City Planning's meeting on December 3rd. Community Board 2's public hearing is going to be on December 8th. And then the Community Board 2's business session to discuss our hearing will be on December 9th. If you click on the links, it'll take you there. We're obviously very happy about the two-way tolling on the Verrazano Bridge, which begins on December 1st. On a happy note, at our executive committee meeting, we had decided that we're going to do, and this is just for community board members, a holiday party on December 21st. We'll be sending out details with all the information with respect to that. And on as far as the open dining goes, most of the board members know we really strongly supported that very early on, but we also had a number of issues that we outlined and nobody listened. And so now we're faced with a situation which is, from what I learned yesterday in the Office of Nightlife call, fairly outrageous, in that the city allowed establishments to build all these structures on the sidewalk, and the city said very clearly that those just aren't allowed. And so the lack of enforcement, the lack of doing anything in the last month when all these structures have been built has put all these businesses in a position where they've expended, a considerable amount of money. And this is just for the sidewalk structures due to a lack of enforcement. And it was, what somebody had said, just not doing anything. And it's pretty outrageous. And I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, is on both sides, there's so many issues that are out there in the open that are problematic. It's unbelievable. And I think that that's an echo of the same things that we're hearing from many people, that this is really just seems to be the wrong time to be pursuing a rezoning. Just things are just a mess right now. And I'll leave it at that. We've already had a long meeting. I think that's covered about everything. We'll discuss it further. We'll discuss that further during the reopening working group's report. So with that, go on to Bob, District Manager's report.
Treasurer's report first, Carter.
Excuse me, sorry, Treasurer's report. Anthony?
Not much to report this month, just an update of the current expenses. Just a point of fact, this year we're not going to be having a street fair, so there will be no street fair funds for fiscal year 21. And that's it.
Great, thanks, Anthony. Now moving on to Bob, District Manager's report.
All right, thank you, Carter. Mine will be pretty quick too. A couple of thank yous. I just wanted to thank all the all the committees and all the chairs for putting together the budget request, the budget priorities, as well as the district needs statement. They've been submitted to city planning and to OMB. They'll be posted on our website next week for anybody who wants to take a look at them. Secondly, in a little while, we'll be voting not in person, which presents certain challenges. I just wanted to thank Josh for setting everything up with some assistance from Carter and Susan. And the only other item I want to mention is it was a Zoom call I was on about a new initiative. It's called MEND NYC. MEND stands for Mediating Establishment and Neighborhood Disputes. It's an initiative to provide free mediation services to address neighborhood disputes, quality of life issues between residents and businesses, between neighboring businesses, or even between commercial tenants and landlords. It's being kind of co-run by the Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings, as well as the Office of Nightlife. I'm not really promoting it so much. I don't know how effective it'll be. It's pretty brand new. They've only had about I think about 20 cases either resolved or in the pipeline. But they were very reassuring during the Zoom call, and they said all the right things. So it might be something that might have some value down the road. And that's it. Thank you, Carter.
Great, thanks, Bob. I'm gonna put a link in the chat for everybody. That's the most recent update from the Office of Nightlife on contact tracing and outdoor dining. So if anybody's interested in watching that, that's a link to the meeting that was held yesterday. Now we're gonna move on to our business session. We're gonna begin this by establishing.
I had a question.
Oh yes, go ahead, Cormac.
Bob, I just going back to that MEND thing. When you say that they said the right things and such, I mean, who are they? Who is the staff of MEND?
I don't know who the actual mediators are. I don't know if they're from the Office of Oath or outsiders. They're trained mediators. And when I say that they said the right things, we had concerns as to whether some of these, and these are private agreements, these are between a resident and say a business. Our concerns, some of our concerns had to do with, for example, with how do they consider a stipulation agreement, right? That might have been negotiated with the community board. Are they taking that into consideration? Is that something that they're working around, as well as rules, existing rules? You know, if someone's playing amplified music out into the street and a neighbor complains, is that something that they're mediating, or is, you know, and they said if a law is being broken, that's not, the law takes precedence. Stipulations take precedence over before any personal agreement can be reached.
Okay, because I listened to a NOLA town hall where the NOLA staff, you know, urged restaurateurs and businesses to see MEND as their way to deal with harassment from residents, which I think is just a sign of the fact that we really should be very skeptical of anything that NOLA is co-parenting. So, you know.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I will say that they left the door open. They're willing to talk to any community board. They'll come to community boards. They'll answer questions. And what you just said, there was nothing that kind of indicated that kind of an attitude from what we heard. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. We're going to move on to the business session. And we generally, because we've been doing omnibus voting, we take attendance in the beginning, and we're going to use this attendance to count for a couple of things. And the other issue that it's going to count for is for who's eligible to vote tonight in tonight's election, which is the first topic. Why don't we start off with the attendance, and then I'll go on and explain what's happening. Actually, if everybody who is here could check their email from approximately 5:30. There was an email that was sent out by Bob, and everybody will need that email in order to vote. So while Valerie is calling the roll call, if everybody could take that time, maybe it'll save us everybody a couple of minutes. Valerie?
Thanks. Oops. All right. Susanna Aaron.
Here.
Thank you. Akila Akwi.
Present.
Thanks. William Benesh.
Here.
Keen Berger. Carter Booth,
Here.
Katie Bordenaro. Great, see her in the chat.
You heard me, I was muted. I'm
I see you, Keen, thank you.
sorry.
Okay. Anita Brandt, nice just.
Here.
Amy Brenna,
Here.
Rich Cacapolo,
Here.
thanks. Ritu Chaudhry.
Here.
Thank you. Coral Dawson,
Here.
John Paul DeVerna,
Here.
Doris Deether,
Here.
Bob Ely,
Here.
Mark Fitzgerald,
Here.
thanks. Cormac Flynn,
Here.
Joseph Gallagher, okay. Susan Gammy,
Here.
David Gruber,
Here.
Lynn Kawadler,
Here.
thanks. Susan Kent,
Here.
Janine Kiley,
Here.
great. Betty Kabovi Weiss,
Here.
Patricia Laria,
Here.
Michael Levine,
Here.
Janet Liff,
Here.
Ed Ma,
Here.
thanks. Matthew Metzger,
Here.
Daniel Miller,
Here.
Brian Pape,
Present.
Donna Raftery,
Here.
Lois Rakoff,
I'm here.
thanks. Bo Riccobono,
I'm just barely still here.
thank you for your honesty. Robin Rothstein,
Here.
Sandy Russo, Rocio Sands,
Here.
Scott Sartiano,
Here.
Shirley Secunda,
Here.
Kristen Shea, I think I saw you in the chat just pop up.
She said that she's lost her audio
Okay,
back.
Frederica Siegel, thank you.
Here.
Thank you. Oops. Georgia Silvera Siemens,
Here.
thanks. Dr. Shirley Smith,
Present.
Chenault Spence,
Here.
okay. Susan Wittenberg,
I'm here, thank you.
thanks. Anthony Wong, and Adam Zeldin,
Here.
thanks.
Here.
And Kristen, oh, and Kristen Shea's back on. I lost sound for a bit. Okay.
And
Hey, Valerie.
Valerie, it's Katie. I'm here.
I got you, Katie, yes.
Thanks.
And then
Valerie, I didn't hear you call Catherine Sullivan.
she had
she's
said,
on.
you said she was absent, so I just didn't call out her name.
No, she's on. I see her on the screen.
Oh,
She's muted.
I'm here.
got it.
You call Eugene you?
Hey, Valerie.
Oh,
could you
sorry,
check for me?
Eugene. Sorry, yeah, I have my spreadsheet's off to the side. Sorry about that. I got you.
I'm here.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Eugene.
Valerie, before we go to the next step, can you just tell me who did not say present so that we don't send them a ballot?
Yes. I didn't hear Joseph or Joe or Sandy. Are you either of you here?
Joe Gallagher's here.
Gallagher's on.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You have Scott?
Yep, I have Scott.
Oh, good, yeah.
I thought I saw Sandy putting something in chat earlier, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
She was here at the beginning. I don't know if
yeah,
she's
she was here earlier. Okay, so that has us at 48.
Okay, thank
Hey,
you.
just for clarification, can you just reconfirm with Bob who we don't have, because he needs to know who not to send a
Just
ballot.
Sandy Russo. It's just Sandy, I believe.
No, there's two people.
Oh, it's two. It's at 48.
Wait.
There's only 49 board members.
Oh no, I missed. I added Joe, so that should be.
And Joe's here.
Still have me at 48 then.
That's it. That's all I have too. Sandy.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so if it's just Sandy, then that brings us to 49, right?
Yeah. It's still showing as 48 for me. I'm just
We only have
You
40.
still have Kathy.
We only have 49
listed as-
board members.
There you go.
yeah, no, I know. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I'm just gonna do one quick recount on my spreadsheet. Just hold on.
Okay, so while we're, the reason that's important, just so everybody knows, is this voting electronically is by email. It's a little complicated, but it's also not complicated. Everybody will have an email in their email if they've gone and found it from 5:30. There's a code in there. It's what, 5?
Carter, I do not.
You do not have an email?
Well, I have 2 email accounts and I don't have an email from around 5:30 from the board on this now.
Okay, so Bob, you just have that note that Cormac doesn't have it? All right, we'll call you. Is the alternate provision. Does everybody else get that email? So just,
yeah,
right, a lot of thumbs up. Okay, so Bob's gonna send out the ballot now to everybody, and we're gonna go ahead now and then sort of begin. Obviously, all the offices are unopposed, but we're trying to do this in the appropriate fashion. I think that next month we'll bring a different method. The district manager, Bob, will bring a different method before the board is allowed in the bylaws, but this is how we're doing it this month. We're going to vote by email. You should be getting that email. You need to enter that code into that email. With that, we also have a provision where for each of the offices, the candidates, I'll just read them out now just quickly, just so everybody knows. We have Amy Brenna for Assistant Secretary, Valerie De La Rosa for Secretary, Anthony Wong for Treasurer, Susan Kent for Second Vice Chair, Dan Miller for First Vice Chair, and myself, Carter Booth, for Chair. There's an opportunity for people to submit statements. Bob had distributed those statements to everybody earlier today. There's also a provision where people can speak to each office should they choose to do so. And after the votes are submitted, there is a tally committee. The tally committee is comprised, I had appointed Joe Gallagher as the chair representative to that committee, meaning a committee chair representative. Pat Comerford from Speaker Johnson's office is going to participate in that. District Manager Bob Gormley is going to participate in that. And Andrew Cheng for the Borough President's office will participate in that. So that will be the counting committee, so to speak, who will get the results of the, as you enter in the information. So I'm going to start off and ask each of the candidates if they'd like to make a brief statement or if they'd like to waive the statement. So we'll start with Amy Brenna, who's the candidate for Assistant Secretary.
In the interest of time, I want to say I've really enjoyed being assistant secretary, and I hope I'll do a good job for you all in the coming year. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Amy. Valerie De La Rosa, who's the candidate for secretary, who's also the current secretary.
I sent out my statement, so most of what I have to say is in there, but I will just quickly say in the favor of time that thank you for the opportunity to serve over the last year, and thank you for allowing me to develop as a newer board member to develop as a leader within our organization. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Valerie. Anthony Wong is currently the treasurer.
Waive my time to make a statement.
Okay. Susan Kent, who's the candidate for second vice chair and is currently the second vice chair.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank all my fellow board members for the amazing work that we do. Of course, everything has changed since we were last holding an election a year ago. But the one thing that hasn't is the commitment of this board and its members to you know, promoting the interests of our community. It's been an honor to serve with all of you. And in the 15 years that I've been a member, what we do has never been more important. So thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Susan. Daniel Miller, first vice chair candidate and also currently the first vice chair.
Yeah, this is my 5th term, and I'm very proud to do it for a 5th time. And I do want to just keep it brief and say, we have a lot of work to do. We have to protect our voice, make sure it's heard before decisions are made. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now, and Carter's brought it to our attention. So let's be vigilant about that and get the word out that our voice matters. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dan. And I'm Carter Booth. I'm the current chair, and I'm running for chair. And I just wanted to thank everybody. It's really been a true privilege serving as chair for the last 2 years, and this is obviously a short term. But I do look forward to completing my work and working with you guys in the next 4 months. And it's been a great privilege. So thank you. I'm going to go to Bob now. I think have we completed all the? You've sent out the email. I didn't check my email.
The link has gone out, so everyone can vote. We're gonna. There's a tally committee that's going to follow it. Carter told you who that's comprised of, and then in about an hour, if we don't receive votes from anyone, we'll follow up to see what the issue was. But
I got the link, but I don't see. It says a number. What number am I supposed to put in?
There was an email sent out at about 5:30 that had a code number in there that.
So that code is my code number.
Everyone has an individual code number. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Do we have any other questions on the election? Okay. I just I'm hoping if everybody can sit down and just channel and pretend that there's a debate that's happening and it's a presidential debate like we had last month, and maybe we can move through. And I don't want to discourage discussion, but it's just something to think about if we can just really keep to the points. We obviously have a lot of important things in front of us. And there are a couple of, there's obviously some great resolutions, but I just, in the interest of time, we're now at 9:28. So we're going to move on now. I'm going to propose that we move all the resolutions into an omnibus vote unless, and I'll ask each time if there's any objection. If there's any objection, what we will then do is we can vote on that individual item at that time, but we'll hold all the other votes until the end. People will be able to vote in a different manner on separate items if you just let us know, so we can keep track of them as we're moving along through the committee reports. So we're going to start off with the first committee is land use. We have 3 resolutions. Frederica?
Everyone, 3 resolutions. The first one is
numbered, but we're just, if you read through them, if you could just call them number 1, 2, and 3, just so we
can. Okay, number 1 is 5 Mercer. 74711 to allow use group 6 retail on the ground floor and cellar, and the enlargement of a building containing joint live work quarters for artists. Therefore, with respect to the request for the special permit to allow use group 6 retail on the ground floor and cellar, CB2 does not believe the proposed change of use would be harmful to neighborhood character if the following conditions are included. 1, the permanent separation of the 2 retail spaces. 2, no eating and drinking establishments on the ground floor. 3, the tenants' rights and safety are protected during any construction. Be it further resolved with respect to the request for a special permit to allow the enlargement of a building containing joint live work quarters for artists, that given the uncertain status of the 5th floor buyer unit and the fact that the building has languished at the loft board for 35+ years, CB2 recommends denial of the approval of the construction of the penthouse until all the units have been legalized, at which point the status of the 2 buyer units and the joint live work quarters for artist units will be resolved. The zoning violations will have been cured, and the building will have a final certificate of occupancy. We voted 9-1 in favor, and 9 in favor and 1 opposed. Number 2.
Yep, just go.
Continue?
Yes, I was just trying to vote, sorry.
No, you can't. You're slowing us down. 6163 Crosby, a special permit to allow use group 6 retail on the ground floor and cellar in an existing 5-story building. And therefore be it resolved that CB2 recommends denial unless the applicant agrees to no eating and drinking on the premises, to keeping the 2 retail spaces separate, and to continue to use the cellar for use group 6 storage only. And that was unanimous. And number 3 was 65 Spring Street. That's a 74-781 to facilitate the conversion of portions of the ground floor and cellar extension of an existing building to use group 6 retail. Therefore, be it resolved that CB2 recommends denial due to the flawed requirements of the good faith marketing effort program, though we do not believe that the proposed use would harm neighborhood character if the following stipulations were included. 1, no eating and drinking. 2, keep the stores separate. 3, a tenant protection plan is submitted. 4, a plan for safe excavation. 5, documentation for a legal easement. 6, no mechanical equipment on the roof near the neighbors. Be it further resolved that CB2 once again strongly calls on DCP to provide better guidance and supervision to applicants with respect to market conditions, etc. Be it finally resolved that CB2, which represents the community and has intimate knowledge of its neighborhoods and market conditions, be permitted to review such marketing plans and guidelines at the beginning rather than the end of the process. So we had kind of a theme meeting.
Okay. Anybody who'd like to?
Sorry, Carter. That was unanimous. That third one.
Okay, great. Would anybody like to call out any of the items? Is there any objection to moving the 3 resolutions into the omnibus vote? Okay, seeing no objection, we'll move items 1 through 3 in the Land Use Committee into the omnibus vote, and we'll move on to the next committee, the Equity Working Group. Patricia and Mara had a really great meeting this month. Guys, who's going to present the resolution?
I'll go first with the first resolution. We had 2 resolutions. I'll go with the first one. We had Cicely Harris and Karen Hari of CB10 present a PowerPoint slideshow and resolution to support an exhibit in Central Park to commemorate the exonerated 5 in social justice. Their mission was to create an exhibition of a permanent parks commemoration to raise awareness around the need for social and criminal justice reform by April 2022 in the northeast section of Central Park near 110th Street, to shed light on the prejudice, hatred, and unnecessary incarcerations of 5 Black and Latino children falsely convicted of assaulting a jogger in Central Park. With this exhibit, they want to inform, engage, and activate the public in building a path to healing for Black and Latino communities in Harlem, the nation, and around the world. They're hoping to accomplish this feat, not just for Upper Manhattan, but the entire island of Manhattan. So far, they have support from their own Community Board 4, and CB11. Our working group voted unanimously to support their resolution, and therefore be it resolved that Manhattan Community Board to support CB10's June 2020 resolution to support an exhibit in Central Park to commemorate the exonerated 5 in social justice. Any questions? Mara, you can go then.
Yeah, question. Is it a permanent exhibit or a temporary exhibit? And is there I'm just curious, like, where will it be exactly? Is there a piece of the park that's been identified?
Yes, it's going to be the northeast section of Central Park near 110th Street and 5th Avenue, close to where the incident happened with the 5 kids that were incarcerated back then. And they would like it to be a permanent exhibit, and they're still in negotiations with Central Park Conservancy, and they do have the full support of Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer and Mayor de Blasio and some electeds.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Mar, do you want to present the second resolution?
Sure. So our second resolution is a resolution to commemorate African land in Community Board 2. Come Aware from Black Gotham Experience presented to us at our last meeting about the 17th century African presence in our neighborhoods. There were 28 land grants given to freed Blacks by the Dutch. And we, with their help, identified, and 25 of those 28 exist in what is now CB2. So we identified 3 of those sites that we thought would be, that had significant historical importance to identify and honor and create a monument to within CB2. So yeah, development, I'll read a couple of the highlights from the resolution. Black Gotham, whereas Black Gotham Experience, an expert on the Black and African history of New Netherland, New Amsterdam, and early New York City, identified numerous unmarked sites within CB2 that hold tremendous historical significance. Whereas Washington Square Park contains monuments to 4 historical figures and events, but not one honors the African presence that existed therein. Whereas existing park monuments pay tribute to the following: a statue depicting and plaza named for Italian patriot Giuseppe Garibaldi, a bust and pedestal of mechanical engineer Alexander Lyman Hawley, memorial flagstaff bearing the names of World War I soldiers, and of course, the famous Roman triumphal arch bearing multiple likenesses of George Washington, who, as we know, is a Revolutionary War hero, a celebrated general, our first president of the United States, and a slave owner for whom the entire park is named. The park was owned in 1643 and 1644 by a freed Black man named Anthony Portuguese. So we thought that it would be very important to recognize that and to create an exhibit that would honor that. And that's what the resolution is about. Any questions? Okay.
I've got a couple of questions. Keen? Keen, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, you said there were 3 you wanted. I mean, that sounds great, but there were 2 others?
Yeah, so I guess I will tell you. So there were 3 individuals actually that were recipients of these land grants from the Dutch. The first that we named in the resolution was Anthony Portuguese, who I just spoke about. He received much of the land that is now occupied by Washington Square Park in NYU.
Right.
A woman named Catalina Antony owned part of what is now Chinatown, a large part, including Hester and the intersection of Bowery and Canal. A man named Manuel Garrett de Roos owned 8 acres bound to the north near Cooper Square, Bond Street, and to the south between the blocks of Bowery and Lafayette. So those are the 3 sites that we're looking at now. We focused on the park because there are so many monuments there already, and just really thought that it was a shame that there was no monument to the actual people that owned this land before. I mean, and this is pre-colonial.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Shirley Cormack.
Hi there. The material that you provided was just fascinating. And I guess an awful lot of us really didn't know that history. My question is, are you contemplating the thought of a permanent indoor exhibit? Because it seems there's such rich material there that really deserves that kind of exhibition. And my thought would be NYU. You said NYU was one of the places where some of it happened.
That's a fantastic idea. I mean, whenever even before the inception of the equity working group, Patricia and I have always felt that knew that there was a Black presence in our neighborhoods historically, and we always felt that that should be recognized in some way. And we have talked about, you know, indoor exhibits, museums, you know, we think about, you'll see in our resolution, there's a nod to the Lenape because of course they are the original people of this land, right? And there's a Native American museum downtown. What was interesting after Black Gotham Experience came was we realized, because when we started thinking about this, we were only thinking about Little Africa. It didn't even dawn on us that, I mean, 17th century, pre-colonial, before the British, right? It is fascinating. And yes, NYU is very supportive of this project. We actually received 3 letters in support of this resolution from NYU professors, including the head of the history department. We also received support from Greenwich Village, the Society of Preservation, and a Dutch organization called Dutch Culture, the Dutch Culture Center. So yes, anything might work. Yes, we would like it to be permanent, but in its permanence, we want it to be able to evolve over time. We want it to be interactive and organic and to, you know, be able to grow and change.
Right? You know, maybe both, several things.
Great, thanks. Do we have any other? I don't see anybody waving. Nobody's waving. It's no hands up. Great, thanks, Mar. It was a really great meeting. You can also find the meeting. We live streamed on Facebook, so if anybody wants to watch it, the historical presentation is pretty fascinating. Kamau did a really great job. So thank you. And he also spoke tonight as well during the public session. So is there any objection to moving these 2 resolutions into the omnibus vote? Seeing none, we will move both resolutions from the Equity Working Group into the omnibus vote. And now we're moving on to SLA licensing. There are 2 meetings. We'll start with SLA licensing 1. There were 16 items, 16 resolutions, but only items 1 and 2, or I guess 3 items were heard. Well, how about I let Donna give the presentation?
I was like, do you want to do it? So, right, there were 16 items and there were 2 items had resolutions on them. Both were unanimous, deny unless. The first one was Paren Grill and Wine at 70 Kenmore Street. That was a restaurant wine license. And the second one was Mr. Bicorp, which was Panaderia at 9 East 8th, and that was a transfer restaurant wine. They were really just moving about a block from 1 West 8th to 9 East 8th, not changing the method of operation or anything, and that was also with deny unless. Items 3 through 16 were layovers or withdrawals. That's
great. Does anybody like to call out any items, or is there any discussion? Okay. I'm not seeing anybody. I don't see any waving hands. So without objection, we'll move items number 1 through 16 in the first SLA report into the omnibus vote. We'll move on to the second SLA meeting. Bob, there were 19 items.
Yes, 19 applications. Out of those 19, we voted on 12. We have recommendations on 12. I'll go through each one. First one is Tartine, 253 West 11th Street. This is a restaurant wine application. And by the way, all the votes were unanimous on all 12 items. So Tartine Restaurant Wine, deny unless with stipulations. Number 2 is Three Horses Hospitality. This is at 283 West 12th Street. This is a new on-premise liquor license to operate a restaurant. The resolution recommendation is deny unless with stipulations. Number 3 is the Village Square Pizza. This is a pizzeria, a new pizzeria on Christopher Street. They're looking for a restaurant wine license. This was deny unless as well. Number 4 is Figaro. This is a new on-premise liquor license to operate a restaurant on Bleecker Street. It is a recommendation is denying less with the stipulations. Number 5 is Claremont. Excuse me. Claremont Companies, Soho Hotel. This is an existing hotel. They just needed to transfer their license from one management to another as a tavern wine. Again, the same stipulation, same method of operation, denying less recommendation. Number 6 is 320. There's 2 applications that are kind of sister or brother applications, number 6 and number 7. 6 deals with 320 West Broadway Diner Corp., which is really an arm of the Soho Grand Hotel. And they were seeking later hours on the outside. The recommendation was denying less. Number 7 is the other side of the Soho Grand. That is Soho Grand Hotel, 310 West. This is the Gilligan's outdoor area. Again, they were looking for later hours. The recommendation from the committee was to deny that particular side, that application. Number 8, Pier 45, this is, in Hudson Square Park, right near Pier 45. It's not on Pier 45, but this is a new seasonal on-premise license, the Drift Inn. This is something we heard before last summer as a restaurant wine application. They've seeking on-premise and with the support of the Hudson River Trust. That was denying less with stipulations. Number 9 is 330 West WB Operations. Is the Sola Pasta Bar at 330 West Broadway. This was an application to add a second storefront next door. The recommendation from the committee was to recommend deny of this particular application. Number 10 is Grupo Gaetano. This is a large outdoor restaurant and bar. The recommendation is complex. It's a denying less recommendation with very complex stipulations. And then number 11, Mama Capri Corp. This is 89 Greenwich Avenue. This is for a new on-premise liquor license to run a restaurant. Denying less recommendation with stipulations. And number 12 is Pesh DBA Dom 87 McDougal, another on-premise liquor license to operate a restaurant. Again, denying less with the stipulations that were agreed to, and the rest are all withdrawals, layovers, and such. That's it.
Anybody like to call out any items, Frederica?
I'd like to call out Gaetano, or I could just ask a question now.
Why don't we call it out just in the interest of moving quickly here? Does anybody else like to call out any other items? Okay, so we are going to vote on all the items with the exception of Gaetano. That was it 12? Oh no, excuse me, 10. So we'll vote on items 1 through 9 and 10 through 19. Is there any objection to voting on those? I mean, moving those into the omnibus vote? Okay, so we'll move all those into the omnibus vote, and then number 10, Frederica?
Yes, I just wanted to hear what, with respect to the enforcement of your complex stipulations, what the mechanism was?
Well, it's like anything else. The State Liquor Authority, if they can enforce the stipulations, and if there are problems, they would. It depends on the situation that's confronted, and right now we're not there yet.
Well, what I guess I'm saying is it just the regular enforcement that that is not that enforcing?
Well, no, the State Liquor Authority does actually enforce stipulations. It's just right now things are a little crazy, but you know, this was a compromise. This is a big compromise. And they had originally agreed to certain stipulations and hours way back when. They said they would only be there 2 years, and they've been there a lot longer, unfortunately. But this year they came back and they agreed to what they had agreed to originally. So there was a give back, and I think the compromise was struck. And under these circumstances, sometimes you do the best you can.
Okay, I don't want to belabor it, but if they didn't do it, you asked the first time, what makes you believe they're going to do it now?
Well, the problem the first time around, the first thing is they said they were only going to be there 2 years, and then they've come back the third and fourth year.
I don't mean that part of it. I mean all of the quality of life issues.
Well, in fact, the part of the resolution, and I know it's kind of buried in there, was that they actually did correct a lot of things.
Okay.
They had a problem because they brought in somebody from the Greenhouse nightclub to basically operate it. Then they cleared house and got rid of him.
Okay.
And it's not like it's a perfect story, but it's a much better story.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
You bet.
Thanks. Any other Matt Metzger? See, you've got your hand up.
Is it still currently owned by Trinity?
Oh, yeah.
Why are we allowing anybody to do anything there?
I agree with you, Matt. That's why I put it in the resolution. It was a shot across the bow.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Is there any objection to moving item number 10, Grupo Gitano, into omnibus vote? Okay, so all the SLA 1 and 2 items have been moved into the omnibus vote. Landmarks, we have 4 resolutions. Chanel?
We have 4 resolutions. Number 1, 235 West 11th Street, which is a rather standard but extensive renovation of a row house. It was addressed in the public, and we pretty much approved it on the basis that it is standard in what's been approved in many similar situations in the village and in the immediate neighborhood. The denial unless are small, one to do with the windows on a certain floor, and another one about the surround of the entrance doorway, and the denial of the front facade color unless the commission approves it. It was unanimously approved. 244 West 10th Street was basically an approval with a suggestion. 827, 831 Broadway, an individual landmark. The original proposal came to us. We recommended complete denial. The commission very considerably worked out with the applicant so much of a change that a later court case demanded that it come back to us. We recommended denial once again on the revised version. It is incredibly complicated because part of the property is landmarked, part of it's not, and the Landmarks Commission has no control over the part that is not landmarked. But the principal building on the non-landmarked part intrudes into the landmarked area of the complex. It's all spelled out at length in the resolution. We recommend denial of the penthouse and the addition, sometimes referred to as a tower in public testimony. And we recommend approval of the front cast iron restoration, one of the storefronts, and with modifications, another storefront that will be considerably changed back to a period that once had a storefront. Number 4, Greenwich Street is a minor alteration to a sign, And for complicated reasons that were discussed, there were 3 opposed and the rest in favor. So it was approved. Thank you.
Thanks, Chanel. So just so we're clear, so number 4 was a split vote, but all the others were unanimous. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would anybody like to call out any items, or is there any discussion? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. I don't see any waving. I'll note number 4.
Can you hear me, Carter? It's Katie.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Katie. Yeah, go ahead.
Number 4, I'd like to call that out.
Okay, so we'll move items 1 through 3 into the omnibus vote. And we are now on item number 4, which is 822 Greenwich. Discuss that. Katie, you have the floor.
Well, I just wanted to understand a little bit better about the opposition. I looked at at some pictures of this, and it looks as if number B has already been done. And there are some pictures of the facade where there is no longer the window, and there's some sort of a house number on a plain gray surface, as if they went ahead before.
Looked at the building a day or so before it came before us, and the window was there.
Well, let me see if they have it on Zillow. On Zillow they have the new. Maybe they photoshopped it in or something, but it's a little.
Is there a number on the one you have?
822.
Yeah, it's on the square sign.
Yeah.
That's the proposal, and it was not done when I visited the premises.
Okay, so that's a Photoshop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had quite a good rendering of the sort that makes it look like it's already done.
Okay, so that's what they have up there. So, and why is the opposition opposed again?
It was vague. I'll let Bo speak to it.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Chanel. Yeah, Katie. I'm sure. I think you live right near there, so you know
Yep.
this building. This building is a 1980s building that somehow was allowed to be built there. I guess it wasn't landmarked at the time. Anyway, the point is, it's a how do I say this nicely? It's a non-contributing building, undistinguished in its style, and they're asking to remove a I don't know how to describe it. It's sort of a stone placard that has the point is that it's in my opinion and the 2 other people on the committee, it's the only distinguishing feature of this rather nondescript building. And we felt that we should leave it because for that reason, it's the only distinguishing feature of a very, very boring sort of non-contributing, undistinguished building. That's it.
Okay, thank you. It is an odd looking building, I have to admit.
I wish it were odd. It's actually it's not even odd.
It's bland. I mean, it's odd in its surroundings.
Yes, it's bland. It doesn't belong there, So they have one little piece of detail that I find, frankly, kind of quizzical and interesting, and they want to remove it. I won't categorize any other aspect of it. Character.
Thank you. Susanna.
Character.
Susanna has her hand up. Susanna?
Yeah, this was part of the extension of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I used to live in it, and there are a number of buildings that are not contributory. I think that if a building is non-contributory, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. It's not a historic element. And I don't think that we are there to make aesthetic decisions. We're there to make decisions on historical areas, and if it's a non-contributing building, I don't think that we have a place in deciding what it should look like. So I support the resolution as written.
And further, from the majority point of view, that it has no reference, rhyme, or reason case. So to change it for a really more utilitarian looking one on a utilitarian building, we felt was in order.
Okay, thanks, Chenault. Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, is there any opposition to moving?
Yeah, Carter, I just wanted to mention again, just I hate to belabor this, but it's what we're seeing. We are you can talk about the mission of the committee, but it is aesthetics that we're concerned with, and I think that this leaving this building the way it was adds to the aesthetic quality of the building. So I think it is appropriate that we opine on this, and of course the majority should rule. There's no problem with that, but I'm just want to make the position clear.
Okay, we'll make a note when we're voting, should anybody choose to have a dissenting vote, or majority, people can choose at that time. Is there any opposition? Moving item.
I would only say that on the aesthetic grounds was equal on the other side. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move item number 4 into the omnibus vote. Is there any objection? Great. So we've completed landmarks. Before we start the schools and education report, Bob, are there any issues that you need to, Gormley? You're doing all right over there?
Yeah, we're still short 4 votes.
Is that because you need to call people, or people haven't?
People haven't voted yet. 4 people haven't voted.
So we only have 2 committees left. So I just wanted to make sure.
All right, well, I just said, if the folks know who they are, they can vote right now, or else I'll wait a few minutes and I'll call them. But they
Okay,
can still vote.
I just don't want to complete the meeting without
got it. Okay.
Having that all
Bob
done.
Rudy.
So just timing wise. All right. Janine Kiley, Schools and Education Committee.
Hi. We have 3 resolutions. They were all unanimous. The first one is a resolution to extend priority admissions for middle and high schools to students from Community School District 1 and Community School District 2. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 calls on the City of New York, Mayor de Blasio, and New York City School Chancellor Richard Carranza to immediately grant all students who live in Community School District 1 the same priority for admissions into Community School District 2 middle and high schools as those received by students who live in District 2. Our second resolution is in support of clear parameters for reopening public schools and additional opportunities for families to opt into in-person learning. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 demands that the Department of Education provide clarity for students and families about parameters for reopening public schools, including significantly more comprehensive coronavirus testing and tracing. And 2, requests that the DOE reinstate open enrollment in periods prior to schools reopening during the remainder of the school year, when families may opt into in-person learning. That was unanimous. And the third resolution is to expand the Learning Bridges program to meet childcare needs until public schools fully reopen. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 urges the Department of Education and the Department of Youth and Community Development to expand funding and capacity of Learning Bridges programs to meet the needs of families in need of childcare until schools reopen 5 days a week. That's it.
Great. Do we have any discussion? Okay. Is there any, this is a little off topic, but Janine, is there anything you want to say about the schools for those of us who do not have children or who are not in the total mix of the vortex that parents are in, that might help us understand?
Yeah. At officially 2:19 p.m., the DOE announced that schools would be closed today. I think there was some headline in the Post today. There is no official plan for the parameters for reopening or anything like that. Yesterday, the mayor made some comments that they'll be closed at least through Thanksgiving, but I think that's probably not realistic, but that's just my opinion. There is just no plan right now, and students are fully remote. So there's nothing else to say, really.
Okay, thanks, Janine. I don't see any discussion. I don't see anybody raising or waving their hands. So is there any objection to moving items number 1 through 3 from schools?
Akila's hand is up.
Oh, Akila.
Yes, thank you. Just as a point of discussion, what has been happening with the public school system, what we see, what we discussed in our meeting, I think it's a really important point that our community board and all members of our community should be involved with this discussion, is really what are the values of this city when we subjugate and we do not educate our children, but we use public resources for private sector things during a pandemic. I mean, children are not being educated. An entire generation of children are not being educated. And instead of putting all of our resources towards educating our children, our city is prioritizing many other prioritizing using our public resources to help private industry when a public education, the most basic tenet of a democratic society, is not being done. And it's really a mind-blowing, tragic event that should not be endured any longer. And I think taking a stronger stance with our public officials is what we need to do now at this point.
Thank you, Akila. Much better said than I. Dr. Smith?
Yes. Unfortunately, children do not vote. And what's so sad about the whole thing, I agree with what was said earlier, is that we pay now or we pay later. And that will always be the case. I think I shared with some members of the committee what Ed Trust put out an article. They did some research, not that anyone in education would be surprised. Kids who are disenfranchised, basically even when they were in class before COVID with in-class teaching, were not getting the proper kinds of education for the most part that they should be getting. But the research shows that these young people now have lost so much. They've lost really like a whole school year for sure. And they were historically, a lot of them were already behind. And so it's really very tragic because in a lot of instances, these young people will not be able to, or emphasis and resources is not going to be put on them to catch up. It'll just people who are already at certain levels, those kids will improve, they will continue to improve, and then we will be leaving a whole lot of kids behind. So when we talk about, inequities, I think the COVID has really shown quite clearly, not only the inequities with as far as, poor and disenfranchised people and children particularly, it's just my feeling is that you might not pay now, but you're definitely going to have to pay later. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. I don't see anybody waving. So is there any unwillingness to move the 3 items that are before us from the Schools and Education Committee into the omnibus vote? Okay, seeing none, we will move that over into the omnibus vote. And now we're on our last committee report, the reopening working group. Before we do that, Bob, are we anything else we need to do since we're on the last committee?
No, we've got all the vote. We're just doing we know what it is. I'm just kind of making it official amongst ourselves.
Really? You know what it is?
Yes. Okay, I'll be with you in a few minutes.
Back to
Rudy called, says he wants a recount, Bob.
Valerie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. We had a meeting on November 9th for the reopening working group. We held a business session to continue the discussion of temporary outdoor dining, which includes the open restaurants and open streets restaurants programs in response to the mayoral executive order number 153 and local law intro 2127/2020. So we have one resolution that basically you can see through all the different numbered whereases. We went pretty detailed. There's several footnotes and whatnot. So I think it was well researched, and I'd like to thank the committee. So therefore be it resolved, Community Board 2 strongly urges the city to slow down the process of making the outdoor dining program, open restaurants and open streets restaurants programs permanent in order to conduct an evaluation of the immediate past seasons, summer 2020 and fall 2020, and to establish a formalized community review process. We have a couple more, be it further resolves. I won't read all of them in the name of time, but I will read out the first be it further resolved, which says CB2 supports advancing towards a permanent outdoor dining program only if the following criteria are met: an evaluation of the existing temporary outdoor dining program with residents and operators, a plan for a formalized community review process of outdoor dining, and an enforcement plan. This was voted and passed unanimously. I see one question.
I just have a number of hands. So I'll run the discussion here. So Rocio.
Thank you, Valerie. You did a great job as always. You're fantastic, and we're very proud and happy to have you on our board. Great addition. I want to comment regarding the be it further resolved, paragraph number 2. In this paragraph, you state, it is ultimately the property owners that will benefit from the free public land. And I just want to comment about that. In actuality, everybody benefits. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's the property owners have a tenant who may pay the rent, that keeps the building running, and the business owners that are renting this space are hopefully making money, a little money, hiring people, paying taxes, keeping the neighborhood alive. It's a domino effect. Hopefully, this will slow down the spread of so many empty storefronts we all hate to see, and we all complain about. There is nothing wrong with the property owners having tenants occupy the retail stores that keep a community and neighborhood alive. It is a win-win situation, and I'm very happy to know that some restaurants will be able to survive. Maybe many won't, because this has been a horrible situation, and too many. Some restaurants are so small that it wouldn't even pay to open up their doors, even with this dining, outdoor dining, inside dining at 25 capacity, which probably by next week will all be closed again. So I just take a little bit of, it's not an offense exactly, but I just wanted to bring that out, that everybody benefits when this is allowed to happen. And that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rocio. I see Dr. Smith, you have your hand up as well.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I thought your report, Valerie, was excellent, extremely thorough. And I think you and your committee did an excellent job. Kudos.
Great, thanks, Dr. Smith. Matt Metzger.
So I will second Dr. Smith. This is an incredibly thorough and well-written report. But I will say that if Rocio, I'm sorry, Theo wasn't offended by it. I was a little bit. So I think it's, and I say this with all due respect, a wrong reso. I think it comes down on the wrong side of this for a couple different reasons. One is, it's my understanding that it is permanent, that as of right now, the situation is permanent. And if it is permanent, then you can't slow down a process of making it permanent. It's not, you can't do that. What you want then is repeal. And if you want to repeal, we should be advocating for a repeal. If you're not advocating for a repeal, then you're advocating for a change in the process and a change of very, specific changes. And I think some of the changes outlined in here are absolutely right. But my overarching critique would be that this reso completely and totally ignores the fact that outdoor dining is keeping me alive. I mean, it's the only thing between a lot of us and insanity. I mean, it's an incredibly beneficial program. It's keeping restaurants alive. It's keeping people employed. It's keeping me sane. I think that there are ways that it can be better. I think that there are, be it further resolved, number 3, I'm sure that there are places where the one size fits all doesn't work. But then we need to back it up and say, these are the neighborhoods. It's vague in its critiques, and I think it could be more specific. But I also just think it could support a program that perfect it is not, but really working, in my opinion. So I really appreciate the committee's time, but I'm a strong no vote on this.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Akila.
My point is already made. Thank you.
William. Okay, hands down. David.
William speaking?
I took my hand down. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm a strong vote in favor of this reso. I think that we all want and recognize that the restaurant and hospitality industry is a major economic force for the city, and we want to help them. That help was done administratively. I don't understand until we have a chance to, by the way, it was done without any input from anybody. It didn't come through the community board at all. And if we're boots on the ground, us and every other community board in the city, and we were bypassed entirely. I think that this was done administratively. I see no reason why there's a rush to make it permanent. And I think that's what this reso says. It should not be legislatively permanent. At some point, the emergency will be over. At some point, we'll have vaccines. At some point, there'll be full interior restaurant dining. But what this says is that even when that happens, we're still going to have the shanties on the street, on the roadbed. And I have to say, once the emergency is over and restaurants settle in, we could do this administratively, and we do not have to rush in and make it an intro or, a law. And so I support the great work that the committee did and the exhaustive work that the committee did. I'm a strong yes for this.
Thank you, David. Cormac.
Yeah, so I'm a strong yes on this as well. And I really thank the committee for the resolution. I'm not on this committee, and I know they've done a tremendous amount of work, and it's a great resolution. And I really respect and thank Matt for what you were saying. But I think that this is a learning moment or a teaching moment for all of us about what one of the real difficulties has been around this entire open dining question, right? Which is that there's this confusion between the temporary program, right? And when I say temporary, I mean for the length of the pandemic. I mean, it's going to be going straight through till after we're all, vaccinated and out of masks, clearly, right? The temporary program to help restaurants and bars, as you say, stay alive and stay in business. And a permanent program that will be in place 20, 30, 40, 50 years to come. And, you know, when we say that the program is working, yes, a program that has been defined as a temporary lifeline to restaurants is working. But I don't even know what the city's purposes in the permanent program are because I haven't defined it, right? If it's to continue keeping open the businesses that were open during the pandemic, why does it apply to every commercial property in the city instead of just those? If it's, you know, if it's to just keep the, you know, to sort of pump up like a sort of a permanent subsidy for the hospitality business and things, then why can't we have a conversation about whether it should apply, you know, to certain places, whether it should apply to spaces that have never been bars and restaurants before, right? Because we are already seeing at the SLA people coming in who are trying to basically reserve their space in a kind of land rush, right, for this afterwards. So, and I'm not going to go in detail. I have a lot of questions about whether or not, it seems to me if there's a permanent program, it may actually, in my view, and I'm not an economist, end up putting out of business some of the very restaurants that we are protecting now with this program and helping through. So I really just think that we need to talk about two different things. And that's why I'm really grateful that the working group's resolution is not about the current program, which clearly there have been a lot of issues about enforcing the way it works. But its clear point is, whoa, let's evaluate before we legislate. Let's not make this program permanent. Let's have a community process and conversation about what a permanent open dining and greater open dining and outdoor dining options would be. And that's why I'm strongly in support of this. I'm sorry, I've talked too long, it's late.
Thanks, Cormac. Will.
Hi, yeah, sorry I hesitated because I'm a new board member and I'm not sure if this is the right place to raise kind of just a quick technical comment. But for resolution 4, I think it was resolution 4, it's mentioning at the end of that saying either walk through the room, but there's no either. I'm not sure if you intended to say either walk through the room or walk in the street, or if not, maybe just take out the word either. But let me know if there's a better way to raise comments like that in the future. I know it's late, but thanks.
No, that's fine. So just so we're clear, the number 4 and the therefore?
No,
yes.
Yeah. Be it resolved.
Further resolved? Okay, got it.
Yeah, just there's an either and there's not a second option. So I wasn't sure if it meant either to walk in the street or if we should just take out the word either.
Thanks. I'll take a look.
Okay, Ritu.
Hi there. I just wanted to say that I agree with most of what Cormac and Matt said, although they're going towards different ends in their approval or non-approval. My point is, I am opposed to number 1 in the therefore be it resolved. I think if we want the city to slow down, what we want them to do is to stop and allow community input before the other things are raised. The other points, they are irrelevant unless the community has input and is able to provide or exert some kind of influence or pressure. So for that reason, I will vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritu. Janet.
Yeah, I mirror what people have said. It's very thorough, well-written, comprehensive resolution. My concern is and it's just sort of subtle, and I don't know if the validity, but it feels a little like it throws the baby out with the bathwater. And I would like to see it perhaps be a little bit more concise, also because I'm concerned that we won't, it almost, I think we would be more effective if we perhaps weren't reaching so much on all these issues. And I know that's a very broad issue, I mean, it's not, I'm not being very specific here, but I will probably vote no because of the tenor of the resolution, and that it feels a little bit strident to me.
Great, thanks, Janet. Rocio?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, for those of you who are afraid this is permanent, can you really tell me what is permanent? You know, one thing is permanent, rent regulations, they're permanent. They've been going on for 70 years. They said it was an emergency. So with a strike of a pen, the laws can be changed. What is permanent today will be temporary or will not exist tomorrow. So I don't think we should be so concerned about this is permanent. No, they wanted to make sure that the restaurants that open up could have a structure that is more permanent than a flimsy tent. Okay, so that it could be up with the inclement weather that's coming in the winter. So that's what is permanent. But whoever is in power, our council, our mayor, our governor, will say, this is no longer the law. This is no longer allowed. It will change. So don't be so worried about it. That's what I think anyway.
Great, thanks, Rocio. Susanna?
Yeah, I think this is a great resolution, and thank you, Valerie, for writing it. I do agree with Matt that there is no process that we are asking to be slowed down. City Council voted on this and passed on it. So, I mean, personally, in light of also what Ritu says, I think that we could be stronger in therefore the first one and say that we oppose this law and name the law. And that we oppose it until there is a proper, well thought out plan that with citywide input, not just community input, but citywide input. So, I mean, I could introduce a friendly amendment, but I don't know if the rest of the group wants to do that.
Just as a point of information, because it's come up a few times, I don't think that this law can stand on its own.
There's a lot of vagueness about what that.
I just wanted from Valerie, can this law stand on its own?
You're asking me?
Yeah. Meaning I was under the impression that they had to fill in just about every other aspect underneath it, and which is why we had been
I mean,
told.
it as it is, there's nothing in place to it can't stand on its own. I mean, they already said they're going to make it permanent, so we're just asking them to reduce the speed at which they make that transition.
Got it. Okay.
But the law, I mean,
Bob?
But
Ely?
no speed has been set.
Yeah, I don't think whether we're trying to figure out whether it's permanent or not is a reason to vote against the resolution. I think the resolution is about sending a message to our elected officials that you can't just do things like this without first talking to the people that are most affected by it, and that's exactly what happened here. So. You know, that's the important thing. The rest of the things that we're discussing here, is it permanent or is it not permanent? You know, we're going to find that out down the road. But it's really important that we send the correct message. So whether that correct message is what Ritu is saying, a slight change in the resolution, that is not a good reason to vote against it. You should vote for it. And if we need to change that aspect of it, I think that can be done. But I do think this is about the message. So I don't want people to forget what is truly going on here. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Bob. Donna, I don't think you've spoken yet, right? Donna, are you? Okay. Not hearing Donna or
I think
seeing
she's frozen. She looks frozen.
Yeah, she's gone dark.
Okay, if you can hear us, Donna, maybe if you turn off your video. Looks like you just disappeared. All right.
I'm back on. I'm back on.
Okay.
So, sorry, I don't know what happened. Of course, it was.
Donna, you're muted. Donna, you're muted. All right. You're still muted.
Now, am I good?
Yeah.
Okay. So I like the idea of making the friendly amendment to make the first one stronger. I think the resolution really does need to be supported. You know, I helped work on it. I think it's a good resolution, but I also feel we could make number one stronger by making a friendly amendment to it, to not slow down the process, but stop the process until they do what we're asking them to do.
I'm not sure that's a friendly amendment because it's totally different, but
okay.
I'd like to put it forward. We could vote on it separately, you know, on just on that item, but I think
Not
that
friendly.
stop and slowing down are two entirely different things. So if you want to put that forward as a change.
I'd like to put that forward. This is Ritu.
But Donna has the floor, so I was just asking her the question.
I would put that forward. I would put, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so a couple of people have seconded that. So now what we have before us is a discussion on whether or not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understood, instead of saying therefore be it resolved, number one, that instead of saying slow down, to stop the process. Is that correct?
I guess so. Yeah.
So Community Board 2 strongly urges the city to stop the process of making the outdoor dining program permanent in order to conduct an evaluation of the immediate past seasons and to establish a formalized community review process.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that's, all right. So
I just threw some verbiage into the chat if anyone finds that useful.
okay, so do we have any discussion on just this one item here? Rich, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, just for reference, if this were to pass, who's this being sent to?
Valerie, do you want?
Yeah, hold on. So it would be sent to everyone that we had reached out to from our June 6th letter. So the mayor, the chairperson Cohen of the Committee on Business Licensing, where this law went through. I have the rest of the list. DOT Commissioner, FDNY, Department of Sanitation, Department of Buildings.
City Council also, I'm imagining.
Yes, obviously, Council Member or Council Speaker Johnson, Council Member Rivera, Council Member Chen. Yes.
But if we're going to change this first one to be, we're going to change the first instead of slowing down. If the proposal was to say stop it or reverse it, all those people would need to weigh in, or is there one person in particular? Is it the speaker?
On the stopping it?
Yeah. I mean, who's really empowered to stop it? That's if we're going to say stop it. I'm just wondering who we're asking to do that.
I mean, I will give you my personal opinions. I don't think it's going to be stopped.
Well, so the question that I have, you know, Rich, is it's stopping the implementation.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the time for evaluation.
Okay.
You know, and it's not written that way, but it's essentially stopping the implementation and making it permanent in order to have the review. If that's how I'm reading it. I mean,
yeah, no, that's exactly the context that I was looking for.
Right.
If we all agree on that.
Susanna put wording in the chat that might be
Yeah, but you know what? I think that it doesn't need all that change. I just think that changing that one thing that you guys suggested makes a lot of sense, is a simpler way of dealing with it.
So I'm a number of different hands up. I just want to go back to that order because it's a little more orderly. Robin?
Yeah, I want to stay on, I'm in the same spirit as Donna, but I wanted to be able to get in a slight alternative option. You guys can say, no, we're sticking with Donna. And that is to remove the first therefore the first one entirely, and replace it with the first be it further resolved, and make that adjustment similar to what we do in SLA, that we do not support advancing permanent outdoor dining unless blah, blah, blah. I almost don't think you even need I feel like the first therefore and the further therefore are kind of almost saying the same thing, which is what makes it weaker. So that's I'm trying to say this in the same spirit. I'm just trying to say it a little bit in a different, coming in a slightly different angle, to remove the first therefore, replace it with the first be it further resolved, and adjust the first be it further resolved with a sort of SLA. We do not support this unless, sort of kind of a deny unless-ish. So it's not saying stop the process. It's saying that we are just like not into how this is going unless you do the following. So that's kind of that's how I'm seeing it. But
So Donna, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I'm sorry, but no, I think the stop is, I like having the first one in there.
I agree.
Means something different.
All right, so
okay.
Thank you, Robin. Rich, did you want to speak again, or had you?
No, that was helpful. If everyone agreed with what you said, then that context makes sense to me.
Okay, Rocio?
I just want to know, is this a community board that has been advocating that you really care about small businesses? Is this the same board that I've been hearing for the past, I don't know how many years, that you really care what's happening in the empty storefronts? Do you want to put all these restaurants out of business? Is this what you really want to do? Think about it. I mean, I know the city did not speak to us, all of us, regarding how we should do it, but this is a pandemic. They had to act fast. How many places have closed? How many places will not even open again? And you are considering slowing, stopping? Are you out of your minds? I'm sorry for saying it like this, but I'm very upset that you could even think about doing this to small business owners, to restaurants, to nightlife. This is a city that's supposed to be alive, and you're killing it with these resolutions. Just be careful what you wish for. Do you want to have more empty storefronts? You're going to get them. You're going to have a lot of things to worry about. You're going to have high crime. You're going to have a lot of problems. And forget about the revenue that's brought into the city, how the buildings have to pay taxes on their properties, and how the restaurants help pay those taxes. Where is the city going to get the money from if you don't think about all these things? This is business. And I realize this quality of life, but there's always enforcement. SLA will take your license away. They did that. We saw it at the White Tavern, what happened to them and other places. So don't do this. Don't take the right away. The people have a reason to live for, to maybe make a little bit of business and have given somebody else an opportunity to survive also. So this is not the board that I should be listening to saying, we're going to close these places. We should stop this. It's ridiculous.
Thanks, Rocio. David?
Yes, thank you. Let me just quickly say, and to Rocio, no one is trying to stop it. We're saying to evaluate it in September, after we go through the second summer. You're off on a tangent, which this Rizzo is not speaking to. No one is saying that we don't want to help the restaurants, but this pandemic will be over. And we're saying that we do not need a permanent law, not an administrative dictum, but a permanent law to have curbside and street side outdoor dining once the pandemic is over and full interior dining is allowed. So I just want to say that. I'm agreeing with Donna. I think we water down if we say deny unless, because it means that they can negotiate it less. I'm saying the following. I'm saying we want to have the community, and you could say that the community board represents the community or it doesn't. That's your decision. But we want to say, we want to evaluate the program, see how it works, but there's no rush to make this a permanent law. It could be carried on administratively, and we can see how, when the pandemic ends and we have full interior dining, that there's no need to have these curbside as of right land grabs. Actually, is what they've been, what's it turned out to be. So I'm okay with Donna's amendment, and I'm going to vote yes on this.
Okay, so just so everybody's clear, what is before us that we're discussing in the vote right now is just on this change. Instead of slowing down, it's to stop the process. And then just for clarification, the next be it further resolved says to advance it forward only if. So it says stop and then move only if, just to
say it again,
clarify. And so when we take the next vote, it will just be on changing that one word. It's not on the whole resolution. And that's what Donna had put forward. So thank you, David. Michael?
Yes, just clarification, Carter. I thought I heard you say that the language should perhaps read stop implementation of. Which is the language we would be voting on first? I know it's slow versus stop or stop implementation of. Which is the version you're recommending we consider?
I'm not recommending anything. It's what Donna had put forward.
Donna, would you accept the stop implementation of?
I'm just going to say that that's what it says in the next. It says start it again if. So just.
I think it's fine to just, I'm happy with changing slow down to stop and keeping in the number one under be it further resolved.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Cormac.
Yeah, I just want to say, because I think that there was some confusion here. Unless somebody corrects me, my understanding is that the change we're making from slow down to stop is to stop the idea of making it permanent, not, as people seem to have been confused a little bit before, stop the current temporary program. And I just want to make sure that that's very clear to everybody. And the one thing I'd like to say is that, in my view, as a committee board, our record of supporting small and independent businesses and things, if we are to stand by that record, we have to take this position of being against making it permanent, because this law being permanent is the death warrant for all independent neighborhood retail that is not bars or restaurants, because they'll never be able to afford the rents if they're competing against bars and restaurants that have that level of enhanced capacity. So.
Thank you, Cormac. Rich?
No, nothing. No. I'm sorry, I should have voted.
Sorry, was I called upon?
Yes.
My recommendation is that something like this should include a fee program, right? The program is not permanent. The intro extended the temporary program by 1 year and says next year they're going to establish a different permanent program. That different permanent program is what we should be focusing on. Something in the future should have fees. There should be revenue, so it's not a land grab. All of the concerns that everybody on the community board has should be addressed in a future state, which, by the way, is what the city council is saying that they're going to do. They're saying 1 year from now, we are going to establish a permanent program similar to, but different from, the temporary program we have today. A huge part of that I see is charge the restaurants in a year, 2 years, whenever the people are out dining and restaurants are making money again. Great. Now you have tax revenue to pay off all the debt that the city's going to have. Like, there's a simple, straightforward way to do this, and I'm just hesitant to say that our community board wants to fully pump the brakes and just stop this thing, because it seems like there's a different way to thread this needle. That's my opinion. Personally, if anybody would second me, I will move to send it back to committee under that guidance. But I don't necessarily expect to be seconded for that.
I would second.
Hey, thanks, Adam. Donna?
I heard a second.
Carter, you have a second. I'll second it.
Okay. So you guys want to put forward to send it back to committee? We're going to have to do a voice vote. So we'll do a voice vote. And I'm doing that in the correct order, right? So we're going to vote on when sending back to the committee. We don't discuss it. We just vote on it, I believe. Valerie, are you ready for the?
Are we doing a roll call? I'm so sorry.
Yes. I
just heard a voice vote, and that means a yay or nay to me. So, yes. Hold on one second.
As a matter of procedure, can we do a show of hands? And if there's any, if anybody disagrees with the assessment of show of hands, we
can't because people have their videos on and off, and it's
got it.
Just
what are we voting on, please? Thanks.
We're voting on whether or not to send this back to committee.
And a question, what happened to the language change? Were we not voting on that either? The stop, or where did that land?
I think that we're considering sending it back to committee, and we have to just address whether
you could vote on that and then take up the other one.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not people think that it needs to be sent back.
Thanks. All right, Susanna Aaron.
I vote that it not go back to committee.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do this a certain way.
I guess that's a no. That's a no vote.
So yes, you want it back to committee, or no, you don't want it back to committee. That's the
Right.
vote
So
here.
no, I don't want it to go back to committee. I want it to vote on it tonight. Someone needs to be muted.
All right, Akila Asqui.
I vote not to send it back to committee. They can write another resolution dealing with that matter. I think we should vote on this one tonight.
William Benesh.
No.
Keen Berger.
No.
Carter Booth.
No.
Katie Bordenaro.
And just make sure she's not.
Yeah, one look, I just can't see.
No.
Thank you.
Did you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Anita Brandt.
No.
Amy Brenna.
Yes.
Rich Cacapolo.
No.
Ritu Chaudhry.
No.
Coral Dawson.
No.
Valerie De La Rosa. No. John Paul DeVerna.
Yes.
Doris Deether. Can someone see if she's unmuted?
What's the star? Is it star 6 or star 9? I don't know why I can't remember this.
It's star 6.
Star 6. She's still muted. We can come back if
Okay.
she.
Bob Ely.
No.
Mar Fitzgerald.
No.
Cormac Flynn.
No, it already says that.
Joseph Gallagher.
No.
Susan Gammy.
No.
Wayne Kawadler.
No.
David Gruber, I skipped over you. Apologies. David Gruber.
No.
Thank you. Susan Kent.
No.
Janine Kiley.
No.
Betty Kabovi Weiss.
No.
Patricia Laria.
No.
Michael Levine.
No.
Janet Liff.
Yes.
Ed Ma. I don't see him on. Matthew Metzger.
Yes.
Okay. Daniel Miller.
No.
Brian Pape.
No.
Donna Raftery.
No.
Lois Rakoff.
No.
Bo Riccobono.
No.
Robin Rothstein.
No.
Ed Ma, no. Sorry, I muted.
Ed Ma. Okay. Are you
No,
saying no?
No, yes.
Thanks. No, okay.
No.
Got it.
Thank you.
Sandy Russo's not on. Rocio Sands?
Yes.
Okay.
Our students understand.
Scott Sartiano? Shirley Secunda?
Yes.
No, we need to set the conditions for them to be
Kristen Shea?
successful. If we do that, then
Yes.
Karen.
Kristen, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yes, thanks.
Yes.
Frederica Siegel? Georgia Silvera Siemens?
No.
Dr. Shirley Smith?
No.
Chenault Spence?
Yes.
Kathy Sullivan? I see she's on. I'll just check in a second. Eugene Yu?
No.
Susan Wittenberg? Anthony Wong?
No.
Adam Zeldin?
Yes.
Okay, I see Susan Wittenberg, or I guess she's not on anymore.
I am on.
Oh, I
Kathy
didn't hear
Sullivan.
both.
Kathy Sullivan.
Send
voted in the
it
chat.
back. Send it back.
Okay, Kathy is a yes, and Susan Wittenberg?
Susan, you muted yourself.
I voted no.
Okay. Just give me 1 second, please.
I think it's safe to say it doesn't carry just from my rough tally. So while Valerie's getting the exact number, so sending it back. So we now have before us the same question. And if we don't need to discuss it anymore, since we have a contemporary vote here, that was a roll call vote, what I would propose is that just voting on this one change, that we can do it by a voice vote of those that are opposed to changing it. And so we can just record those since we already have everybody else recorded. So if you're silent, the assumption will be that you're in favor is by voice, just like we would do an in-person meeting.
I don't
where we would just call out those opposed. Is there any objection to doing it that way?
I don't understand.
I don't understand. If
So it would be just similar to when we do a regular voice vote when we're meeting in person. All those in favor, for example, everybody says yes, and then all those opposed. And if there are
I understand that part, but why are we voting on a language change if we're sending the entire resolution back to committee?
it didn't carry,
Didn't carry. I'll give the vote now.
not being sent back.
So there are